Welcome to my stables. I am the DMobo, and welcome back to Echoes of the Past. Last episode, our adventurers were riding upon Eastrel, running as fast as she could carry them to Torn to deal with her brother Zundis. Well, she entered the lands of not only where Rhea died, but pretty much everything that Kyrish held dear, and most of his humanity had died. Both feeling uneasy, and Sage trying to figure out the reason of the lack of life in the land, Eastrel slows down to try and get her breath back as she ran pretty much all the way from Leigh. But as she slowed down, she was able to focus and smell something off. There was a young boy holding a teddy bear. And Sage got put in timeout because she wouldn't stay quiet for 5 minutes.
I was being rightfully suspicious.
Kyrish going through some mindfuckery. And Rhea trying to be the passive, peaceful one.
Yay, trauma.
Ends up dealing with the Dark Lord holding a tortured Gremille. With the party now questioning themselves, is this even real if the little boy and the teddy bear wasn't real? And they knew full well that it was real when Gremille's throat was slit and some undead, unnatural wolves had come through, along with a first-class fiend, a blood fiend. And upon being slashed by its claws, Kyrish and the party are making their way very quickly to Bralc for their healer that would be able to cure him of the sickness and the virus swelling up inside of him. The hippogriffs are working overtime to get to Bralc. For their healer is Ngula, hopefully being tended after her reckless action. However, staff is a little bit short as Amora is recovering. The fake Gremille goes and visits her. And here, it's not Gremille, but Grog, here to finish his job that he has now failed twice. What will happen if he fails a third time?
Darkro's gonna get his ass.
As the crystalline box shatters and a screaming alarm is going off, Gremille, still holding Riku, races towards the sound amongst the staff of the hospital. And as he approaches the scene, he sees there are multiple people banging on a door. A couple of the staff and a couple lizard men in armor, in the royal armor. And they finally manage to break down the door. And Keith holds Riku tightly with one arm and pulls a smart and goes upon the wall and crawls over everybody's head onto the ceiling and slips in. And he watches from the ceiling. He can feel Riku go to speak, and he's currently using his limbs to stay on the ceiling, so he kind of just shoves Riku's face into his chest. And watches as, with the door being flown open, this Grog is tackled to the ground. And Amora is struggling to at least sit up. He thinks the situation is handled when he hears the painful cry unfortunately, a familiar cry of death as he sees a blade protrude from one of the healers. And as people start to back away and scream in terror, a black oval opens up underneath Grog. Keith unceremoniously sticks Riku up to the ceiling. As Kuotoas have that naturally sticky secretion. And he drops down and manages to pull two of the guards out of the hole. And he starts to see Amora's bed start to slip in. And Amora, being too weak to hold on to the side, starts to fall in.
I don't think so. Not this time.
And he's going to grab her around the waist and pull. Unfortunately, with her being so tall, she kind of slumps over his shoulder. And as he sets onto the ground, he gently lays her on the ground, makes sure that the two guards are okay, jumps up to the ceiling, grabs Riku, and sets her down next to Amora. She looks at him with a tired, shaky smile. Her hand filled with some loose glass, but her hand is a little bit cut up.
Now this is why we can't have any nice things. You're always hurting yourself.
Oh, ha ha, Keith. Besides, what are you doing here?
Well, Grumio was acting a little bit shady. And at that point, I didn't really trust him to give him your stuff. Besides, Rika needs healing of her own. And also, we needed to show Isolde the new way here.
Who's Isolde?
Oh, Ishel's sister. She's an ice wyvern.
Dragon, Keith. Wyvern have 2 legs and wings. Dragons have 4 legs and wings.
Right. I meant dragon. Still. Either way, she's here now. And, well, it's a good thing we came when we did. Honestly, I thought... I was actually scared that Grimel had just turned. But I'm glad you're okay.
So where are the others going?
I'm not going to tell you that. Because if I tell you, you're going to insist that you're going to want to come, and you couldn't even save yourself from falling into a hole. So if I tell you, you're going to want to come with. Or at least sneak off like you tried to do in Bralc. You remember that?
If I'm under supervision, I'll be fine. Besides, we'll have Riku when she's healed. It'll be fine. I promise I won't fight.
Yeah, okay. Like your knight's code is gonna prevent you from that.
Can I at least have my armor? I can give you my sword, and I'll keep the armor, and I won't fight.
We've seen what you've done with just your shield falling from the sky. Honestly, even your armor could be used as a weapon. You are just a killing machine. Alright? You're going to find something to try and kill things with. And I am not going to die by Kyrish's mage hand or any other sorts of ways if something happens to you. I am not going to be responsible and face his wrath. And probably Rhea's, and Sage's, and Bert's. Look, I'm gonna be in a lot of shit if something happens to you.
You worry way too much.
It's my job.
And then there is a ground-shaking roar. The staff that was running outside of the room shriek in panic. Keith gets up and starts running out of the room. Well, that was sudden. Yeah, you're telling me. Let's go be nosy. You should probably put on some more clothes. Look, I asked for more clothes. I don't know why they just put... This doesn't protect anything. I'm just in shorts and a shirt that doesn't even cover my shoulders. Yeah, at least you're not in your bra and underwear. Amora chuckles. Okay, let's go be nosy. Okay. And the two struggle, use each other pretty much as supports, and they start walking out. They're about 10-15 minutes behind everybody, and as they look up, they can see everything. Huh. We can see everything. That's weird. Why is that weird? Well, when we came here, we couldn't see anything. It was just sand. But now it's like we're not even underneath. I wonder if that's for morale. Make people feel that they're not actually really buried under the sand. That is a possibility. What's everyone fussing about anyway? I could fly up and give us a better look. You are not going to be flying. First off, I mean, it's good to see you, but you look fucking terrible. Thanks. Second off, if you look like that, your wings are probably going to be able to support you, let alone both of us. Would you like some lemon juice as well? By the way, if we hobble quick enough, we can catch up. And as they limp through the streets, they see the ruckus. For approaching them at a high speed is a red blur. That's not good. That looks like Eastral. Why is that not good? Does it mean the others are coming? No, they were supposed to specifically go to Tarn to deal with Zundis. Zundis is the lightning dragon in the Tarn sewers. That's Eastral and Isolde's brother. In the sewers. Oh, yes. Oh my. What did you do? Nothing. I did nothing. You're so full of it. Right, let's go see what she wants. They finally get to the edge of the crowd. Keith pushes his way forward.
What the hell are you doing here? Why? You guys are supposed to be in Darn.
Eastral zooms forward. And she leans a bit away from the crowd, but she looks around like she can't see them.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Where is Isolde? And where is Grimale? Isolde is underneath the sand, and Grimale wasn't Grimale. It was one of his lackeys. The one that tied Amora up to the Black Dragon in Bralc. No one got hurt, did they? No, we got here fine, and we got here just in time. There was one casualty, but no one you know. That's a plus. Well, since everybody's fine, I'm going to Tarn. I made a promise, and hopefully I can at least stall for time. Hippogriffs aren't the fastest.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Oh, you're awake. That's good to know. I'm glad you're doing all right.
And there's a rumble.
Well, since I'm here, we can all go to Bralc. No, you said tomorrow, right? Your brother is.
That would be hard, dear sister.
Right, so you have a small army and I have a small army on my back, and we'll go to Tarn and everything will be fine.
Bringing an army is going to give Zundus the wrong idea. We can bring reinforcements, but bringing an army is a bad idea. We'll pick a select few and head there.
Okay, I'm gonna go tell the others.
And she disappears under the sands. Mushu finally comes up. Is it just me, or did she sound way too happy about this? And too relaxed? Well, if you think about it, she's been reunited with her family after how many years? She's probably just excited to just do whatever she wants. And see her family. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. Alright, let's go to Tarn and kick some dragon buns! Did you literally not hear what a word Estrel just said? Look, I couldn't really well say honey buns. I mean, dragon's buns aren't really that soft or sweet. Not that I would know. Korik might. You gotta ask Korik that question. I could have went my entire lifetime never hearing those words come out of your mouth. Who are you anyway? Oh, I'm Mushu. And this here's Cricket. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I? Huh. I'm surprised you're asking that, since you apparently know Korik. And you're on somewhat good terms with Riku. I'm Amora. Oh, you're Amora! I see, you're Kirish's home slice. Home slice? That doesn't make any sense. Are you intoxicated? Nah, it's fine. Besides, Kyrish and I are just... companions. She looks her to Riku. And Riku just chuckles. Oh, well, ain't that... that's a bit awkward. I'm not going to answer that for you. That is conversation between the two of you. Honestly, I'm just happy that he's alive. And doing well. In the end, I don't care what we are. Just that he's doing well. God, I think I'm gonna puke. You're just jealous. No, I'm not. I mean, I've seen Bert giving you the sweet eye a couple times here and there, especially when you get violent. Did you just try to squawk? Ain't you a frog? Well then, what are we waiting for? You're not going. I'm going to time. I'm going to need one of the best healers. If anything happens to you, they're going to fucking kill me. Fine. And after 10 minutes of rounding up a few people, Eastrel carries Mushu, Cricky, Keith, Amora, and Ishtok upon her back. And Isolde has Ishtok's friends and a few healers upon hers. Behind them is a bigger black dragon, a green dragon, a darker blue dragon, and they set off to Tarn at full speed. Meanwhile, the hippogriffs have been working overtime. And the desert, the Deadlands, turn into desert. And you feel the heat. A nice warm heat, not humid. And the sun breaks through. This gives the hippogriffs renewed vigor. And the three of you can feel the strain that the animals are putting themselves through. The sleep effects have worn off. It has been a couple hours. And you have some travel time to talk amongst yourselves.
As we fly?
Uh-huh.
Cool, just check.
Yeah, it would have been a case of just as soon as Rhea realizes she's waking up, it's like, all right, try and remain calm. We're in mid-flight.
I figured.
You're not panicking? Worried?
I am. Sage just has her eyes closed and is gripping very tightly onto anything she can grab. He goes, I'm fine. This is fine. This is great. I have got to learn a damn flight spell.
Wouldn't that also be just as bad? Or is it a case of because you're not in control while you're on these?
Being in the air is super cool. Until the ground hits.
Try and not think about the landing and just enjoy it for what it is at the moment.
That's. Oh, like, nope. We're just not gonna fall. We're not gonna fall. We're fine. We're cool.
You know,
We're
I
there
don't-
yet?
We're not going to fall. You know why?
Because I'm grabbing on with my dear life.
Well, that too. Rhea's just going to rest her head on top of Sage's. Because I got you.
If you knock me off, I'm gonna kill you.
Why would I knock you off?
Lux will... Kyrish, you feel Lux kind of move around in a backwards motion. And Sage, you see Lux's head stick her little head out from the top of his shirt. By the gods, you guys really need to just have a feels meeting right now. Like, this is very obvious. Because Sage, you were just all anti-touchy, and now you're letting Rhea use you as a personal headrest.
Irish. Is Lux complaining about Flibble again?
He just looks down the lugs. Pay no mind to her. Sage.
Yeah.
Though. And Rhea.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
going to wait to an appropriate time to actually say something. Well, when do we ever have an appropriate time to do anything with delicate matters? It's as good as we're going to get it.
Rhea, delicate is not exactly her expertise.
Have you seen Korik? I don't think appropriate timing is a really good thing around him.
No, that's fair.
He doesn't respond to your remark as Bert and Korik and Solus's hippogriff are underneath you, and with the beating of both pairs of wings and the wind flying past, they can't hear you.
Is Darling flying with us, or is he perched?
Darling has snuggled himself in your scarf, and upon hearing Lux, you kind of feel him like shuffle out, and his little beak pops out from your scarf, and then you feel his head wiggle and his head pops out.
I'd give you scritches right now, but I am preoccupied making sure I don't fall, because not all of us have wings.
Oh, I'm sure that they're not going to let you fall. Besides, hippogriffs are actually really good at catching things in mid-flight.
Oh, God.
And they know how to do it not to hurt you.
God.
You're
Don't make me think about
fine.
that. I'm
You're
still mad at
fine.
you! I'm still mad at you!
You can be mad at me all you want, but you're still gonna give me scritchies in the end. And he's gonna raise his beak up, and he's gonna move his beak in just a manner that it's similar to like your finger screechies on the bottom of your chin.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh my god, will you shut the fuck up? You're gonna make me sick.
I hate that bird.
Oh,
But you
Mr.
can understand
Flibble?
what they're saying when they do that?
I don't know.
No, I mean, Flibble. Can you understand what they're saying when they're hissing and cowing?
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like after you killed that weird, long, four-fingered fuck, it's like Darling and Sage had a weird, like, influx of power. Maybe because, like, she got hurt and didn't die? I don't know.
What do you think would happen if we tossed the penguin over?
I
You
will
think you'd come
fucking
back?
find you and I will kill you. No, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm going to flail you. Flay you. So you
It's
won't be
funny
able
when
to
it comes
cast.
from a bird. A little tiny thing. He's just so small.
No, he was correct the first time. He's going to flail her. He's going to put her on a chain and just swing around.
Mr. Flibble will do a very angry penguin hiss, and Rhea, you can feel him on your shoulder, and his little ends of his flippers kind of like wibble back and forth, and you can like feel his little wing flippers kind of vibrate, and
Alright,
he
calm
kind of
down,
fluffs
Duffy.
up a bit.
Oh, he's so
be-
fun to antagonize, though.
You only say that now because you can hear and see me, motherfucker. You thought Rhea was insane before, so I don't want to fucking hear it, bitch. And he, like, pouts, and folds his flippers like he's crossing his arms.
You lot done now? I never did quite finish what I was saying.
Sorry, Kyrish. Easy distractions from what's happening. Kind of thought you were done because I think I know what you're gonna say.
Go on.
Oh. What do you think I'm going to
No.
say?
You go on.
No, I'm more interested in what you think I'm going to say.
What about the flight? About
What,
how
that
we're
the
trying to get
spell's about to
distracted?
end?
It's not, is it?
If it does, I may be able to survive, but just about. I don't know about the rest of you.
Kyrish, recast it right now.
He just smiles.
Lux has a tiny little snake smile.
Are we sitting like Kyrish in front, Sage in the middle, Rhea in the back?
Pretty much.
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna grab Kirish's shoulders with a death grip and go, if you don't recast this right now, before we all plummet to our deaths.
If you recast it, does it desummon this and then resummon it?
Oh god.
Actually, a good question. I don't know.
We should land!
But his smile kind of fades away, and he turns to them, or as best as he can. And Nisana and Cleo.
Why are you bringing them up?
What about them?
And is it
I'm
you asshole?
sorry to say, but they're not what you think they are.
How do you mean?
Kyrish, we've been over this.
They were killed a long time ago.
And Cleo told me only faked those deaths, remember?
They weren't faked, Sage.
Is this information coming from your memories?
He closes his eyes and just nods.
I mean, there's still a chance, isn't there?
Yeah, pardon me if I'm skeptical.
And
I mean-
why would a shit stain like that wish to resurrect them correctly?
I don't hold they were ever dead in the first place.
Do we have power over him, maybe?
Tell us exactly what you remember.
This is towards the tail end of what I can remember. So, this is likely fairly close to when we lost our memories, but I remember being in the throne room and Nisana with a hole in her chest. Cleo slashed across her throat. There's no. Cleo perhaps coming back from that, but Nisana, you don't just replace a heart.
That still doesn't make sense.
We saw them in Gula.
They, for themselves, they were able to actually communicate,
And
tried to
hold.
fight back the control.
You also seen Pete too.
Yes, but Pete didn't try to. Pete was
Snake
fully
wasn't
gone.
there.
That's just what I remember.
Well, it's good to know.
Just,
We shouldn't be accepting anything we see as reality.
I'm just trying to warn you, don't get your hopes up, is all.
What are you trying to say about this? That even if we manage to beat him, beating him takes them away?
They could just fall apart. But they were taken from you long ago.
There has to be another way. Surely.
We've lost before. At least, judging by how you all recover your memories. We've lost a lot before, and will undoubtedly lose again, so...
I mean,
I
we've
don't
lost quite a
plan
bit
to on
even.
purpose, that's for sure.
We've lost quite a bit even with our memories. How they are. Well,
Yeah,
with how
they-
your memories are. But even so,
Yeah, that... Let's not go back to Mesa. That was bad.
oh, I get the feeling we're going to have to at some point, but I'd rather not.
Kyrish, what else do you remember? Anything worth talking about? It's been so chaotic since you got them back. I feel like we haven't really asked.
Certainly has been, hasn't it? Well, let's see. I suppose the grand summary, I'm not sure how much Rhea may remember, but I lived in a tribe called Alien. We lived in Mesa, and nearby was a place of worship for us. A giant tree called the Grand Oak. Quite distinguishable. It had runes floating around it, much like the ones on my head, and he taps where the runes would be. But I suppose one day he got to bug up his ass and decided to send his army, destroying most of the people there, taking most of them as his undead slaves, destroying the tree and most of Mesa. I don't know if I want to truly see what happened to this place afterwards.
What happened to you afterwards?
One thing led to another. I was trained by my uncle in my early years, but at some point I decided to try and get back. It's that which took everything from me. Decided subterfuge within his ranks might be best. I think at some point I lost myself, though. At some point, I honestly think I took it a bit too far. Ended up teaching them my own magics. regret that. I can't do that again. I can't let myself throw myself into the wolves' den again. Not without my own back.
And that's what we are.
And that's what we are. I can't let him ruin others' lives the way that he has ruined ours. This needs to stop. All of it.
That bad,
And
huh?
that's
For all the races and even all the dragons including. I still bear the burden of the one that you all slew. I know we didn't know what else to do, but this is Eastrel and Isolde's sibling. They knew him.
Add it to the list of regrets.
Regrets and something we need to talk to Eastrel about.
as it did not already know.
I just hope everything over there's well. She got there in time.
Yeah. It's fucked up. It's all so fucked up. Did you say you trained with your uncle?
Yes. Kirka. He trained me in the art of the sword and shield, though I took to an axe a little bit more than a sword.
When did you train with Eldridge?
Shortly after I actually left the rest of the refugees from Mesa, I ended up finding Eldridge, and I stayed with him for quite a while. I believe it's also where I met you as well, yes?
That would track. You must have lost touch if you went to serve, get revenge without me. I'm missing a lot of those details still.
I know you don't remember.
We've run across enough details that I have a vague outline of what might have happened to me.
At some point, I blamed you for things you didn't do, Sage.
If you're going to apologize, you might as well save it until I have my memories.
I thought you killed Eldridge.
Oh, gods. I didn't, did I?
I don't believe so. No,
God.
I think you were just in a tizzy about it all and in hysterics.
You remember that night? It was Mithrin, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Damn, I kind of thought that happened after we left, but Next time we're in Gula, we should really dig through Eldridge's house, make sure there's nothing important we're missing.
Always try the library. Well, its collection of books.
Yeah, it was very extensive. It'll take a lot of time to go through that. Time that I don't have yet.
When we get to his castle, bust down this front door. Yes, we will have an army to get through, but there is one there that we cannot slay. Hadwin.
Sage, upon hearing the name, you do remember that Hadwin had a mirror and a placard upon the first floor.
That was one of the names on the mirrors. We're not planning on killing any more of the dragons, right?
I certainly hope not, if we can help it.
I saw a big black dragon around the throne, in the throne room when I was... Remember that one time I got, pulled through and stuck around and it was terrifying? Yeah. I'm imagining that's the one you're talking about.
A mirror?
Yeah, he had a bunch of mirrors set up, showing different views. I think it was looking through the dragon's eyes. Now we know how that works. There were 6? Question mark?
Let me check the maps.
Eldridge must have been able to look through Hadwin's eye.
I think it must have been a part of the phylactery.
No, but why would Eldridge have that, though?
Eldridge didn't have that. That was in the,
Oh, you're speaking of within the... Alright, I get you now. Alright. I thought you were speaking at Eldridge's house.
No.
It was a bit...
Though there was a little sketch of him at that house with a tiny dragon. Must be Hadwin.
Yes, Hadwin has grown quite a lot since then. I surmise that is some influence of him. I can imagine what that poor thing's endured.
Maybe we can all swap stories.
Perhaps. But, just as a warning, you'll likely have Mr. I almost said Mithrin. You'll likely have Hadwin very close.
Well, any other deeply horrifying memories you want to relay?
Probably, but I doubt you want to hear them.
It's keeping her mind off the flying.
We've got to be getting there soon. Yes, it is. Also, I don't know. It's easier to think about that than everything we don't know.
So do we know what we're doing when we get there?
We're getting Kyrish fixed up, first thing. And Gramiel healed? Question mark? He came with us?
No, Gramiel was sent to
Cool, thanks. Wasn't there at the end. Didn't get a chance to.
Gula.
Right. So Eastrel took the injured Gramiel above table?
Yeah.
Cool. Checking. Yeah, we'll get Kyrish fixed, and then I guess head to Tarn.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'd like to check upon something while you get Kyrish shield.
Sure.
Remember that message I had where everything started? Picture. To know what that means.
As your conversation wraps up, the desert, you can see the swampy forests creeping up toward you. And the heat of the desert ebbs away to the cool, misty rain of Bralc territory. As you fly over, the hippogriffs lower a little bit to where the trees are about 5 feet below you. And far off in the distance to the right, there's a couple clearings amongst the swampy trees. And as the hippogriffs take you closer to the city, you just see the final resting place of Sorgain, the dragon that you didn't know was possessed, the dragon that had Amora trapped within chains, the dragon that was a feast for the natural creatures in the swamp. But as you fly over it, you notice that there's something odd. The remains aren't as upright as before. As you continue looking, you notice that there's no bones. It's just the hide and the meat. And creatures running around all over it.
The bone's up and walked away?
But there are no bones.
That weirdly disconcerting. Concerting? Concerting.
It's bad.
I wonder if the villagers have taken them for construction. Some other use.
Can ask when we get down there, I guess.
Yeah.
As you near the city, the hippogriffs are lowering. They've slowed down, but they are slowly lowering altitude, and when they hit ground, they trot. And you notice there's no gates. There's no guards.
Shit.
There's no walls. It's
Yeah.
just the city.
Why is everything we do fucked up?
This isn't right.
Alright. I'll prep a spell.
You enter the north. As you enter through the north side of town, and the streets are normally quiet. Where do you head to first?
Are the lights on or?
Oh, the lights are on. The lightning's
Anybody
still.
around?
There's a few, but they have hoods up, and they are walking close to any buildings that are around, or they hug towards the walls of the alleyways. but
There's definitely something up given how they were last time we were here.
Nope, I'm not suffering this. And I'm gonna just straight up hop down, jog over the nearest one, make it very clear that I am flagging them down. Go, hey, you got a minute?
the frog looks to you. It turns its body toward you. Doesn't look up. You just see a hood. Shakes its head and hops down an alleyway.
Hey, don't, yeah. Okay,
What?
either this is the doppelgangers again, or something else shady's going on.
Let's focus on getting into the healers.
Right, church it is.
As you make your way towards the church, well, you guys have fun with that. Just come get me. Well, us, before you leave. I'm
Correct.
gonna de-stress. And he veers off to your right
He's going to Ollie.
to go to Ollie's. And Bert is... Yeah, I need to get my drink going. After the past couple days. Fuck this shit. And... as they go, Solus barks. What the fuck is this shit? I don't know. Just hop over it.
What do you... What?
Do you turn to notice what the kerfuffle is about?
Yes!
Yes. After that.
There are wooden spikes placed heavily around Ollie's.
Oh yeah, they endured something.
It's like this place came under attack by something.
The church will know.
Honestly, it's really no surprise.
Bird is going to grumble, pick up one of the wooden spikes, lift it over its head. Solus goes through the gap. Bert puts himself on the door side, sets the spikes down with a grunt. Motherfucker's trying to keep me from drinking. What the hell? And when they open the door, let's see, need to make them do a reflex save. As they do, you hear the sound of glass breaking. And you see Korik, Solus, and Bert hit the pavement. And you see a flaming something. And it soars above their heads. It hits the street to the right. So, over this side, away from you guys. And it explodes. And it smells like Bert. What the absolute living fuck? Using my own bum rum against me. What the fuck? You guys got a good reason for this?
I think that's the fastest you've managed to get kicked out of a tavern.
Can you get kicked out if you didn't even get in?
Did you not see that? That was a bottle of my own bum rum. And it just got launched at my face.
Probably the imposters again.
Yeah, they probably think that we're the imposters. What were the code phrase again? Imora's response to Kyrish that one time.
Oh gods, I could not tell you.
Bert walks in. What the hell are you motherfuckers thinking? Throw my own bum rum at my face. Well, maybe you should think of thinking on a door, especially if it's guarded. Dumbass.
Sounds like Ollie. Or at least the guy that was running the place.
Darn mother, you froggy motherfucker.
You'll have to excuse him. He's very, sober right around now.
Yeah, you realize I had to make a bottle of whiskey last for a long time.
Clearly not.
Right, well,
What happened around here?
I mean, you could all come inside so we're not screaming at each other from the side of the streets.
I mean, we
Alright.
would do, but we're also trying to find a healer for Kyrish at the moment. Unless the
Kyrish,
healer's in there.
I mean,
What's that
there's
thing?
not a sober healer.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Kyrish, you want to take a gamble with your life?
Not that badly. Not right
Lots.
now.
Us.
Perhaps later, though. Thank you.
Right, well, you get Kyrish patched up, and then you can come over here and we'll have a chat.
I don't need patching. More curing. Thank you.
Mr. Technical. Ah, I guess that's right for the bringer of light, but either way, get yourself fixed and we'll share stories. Bert and Cork and Solus go in. And Mr. Flibble hops down from Rhea's shoulder, kind of does a quick penguin waddle, and he starts leading you all to the church. And the church is also surrounded by wooden spikes.
Darling, will you go knock on the door?
Fine, I guess. And he's going to wiggle his way out of your shirt, and he's going to fly over the spikes, and he's going to peck at the door and caw very loudly. And he sits on the door handle and waits and waits. And he pecks on the glass of the door and gives another caw. And waits and waits. Mr. Flibble does some super secret ninja crawl on the floor in between the spikes and struggle buses up the short stairs. You know, maybe I should have whiffed some of that purple mist. Maybe I would have gotten bigger too. Yeah.
If it's not working, buddy, can you see anybody inside?
It's gonna be hard with these stain, with this colored glass. Oh, pick me up, pick me up. Alright, I guess. He's gonna pick Mr. Flibble up. He's gonna bring him up to the glass, and Mr. Flibble puts his flippers up beside his eyes. I think I see people. Oh, I do see people! And he's gonna start slapping the hell out of the door. Hey!
Oh
Hey!
boy.
Come here! We learned our lesson the first time. We're not gonna just open the door. We don't want flaming shit at our faces. Hey! And he's gonna start kicking at it too. And
Might help if they hear a more familiar voice. She'll just walk forward to a point where she's almost at the spikes, but not enough that she's actually on the spikes itself. Just call out, "It's Gondra. We need help. We got someone that needs curing."
oh, hey, they're
If you need
turning
the secret,
around.
if you need the secret phrase, we know the secret phrase.
Someone hops up to the window and they see Mr. Flibble and they just look very confused and they point and the other frogs come up. Oh, they're all staring and pointing at me.
You are a penguin. Penguins are really common around here, especially talking ones.
Well, I mean, it's not every day you see talking frogs either.
Well,
Oh,
more
good.
than talking penguins, but still.
Mr. Flibble keeps beating on the door and the frogs look at each other.
Rhea will step into view of the window and just wave.
They look at you, they point, they kind of just talk.
Yeah, he's with us. Let's be honest, it's not the strangest thing you'll have seen from us.
If we open the door, will we have flying shit come at our faces? And the frogs just look at each other very confused and cock their heads.
Some of us went to Ollie's first. You can kind of put two and two together from that.
They have a look of, oh, on their faces. And one of the frogs, which, Rhea, you remember as a young one from when you fought the follower, which was the head priest of the church. It's the same color, but taller and more mature sounding.
She'll just kind of mutter under her breath to both Sage and Kyrish. Let's hope this goes better than the last time we brought someone here to be healed.
Forgot about that. Shit.
Oh, one can hope.
I mean, we already rooted one out. Doubt there'd be more, right?
By the way, this city's defended? I highly doubt it. Probably have precautions set up everywhere.
That was either cawing or hissing. I don't understand it.
Hissing.
Neither do I.
The
Sure we'll find
door,
out soon enough.
the door pulls back a little bit. You know, you do have a lot of nerve here. Disappearing about a month or so after Gula's fall.
Yeah, that wasn't our choice.
Yeah.
She has a very indifferent, but a very slight hint of, yeah, I don't care look on her face, like a customer service representative that has been through 5 Karens and is 5 minutes away from closing and is just like
Try to-
barely civil.
Trying to remember how we were even captured at that point. So I remember we were held at the torture dungeon after Gula for like a month or so, but I'm trying to remember how we got knocked out and taken to the... Oh yeah, dragon. I remember. I tried to repress it.
You know, you took that outcast with you as well. What, did she die?
Riku? No, she's doing
No,
important in Gula.
she's helping out in Gula.
Hmm. Right, okay. Probably got too
Look, can
scared
you...
of the adventures and whatever.
Listen,
Patrick, far from it.
I'd love to fight you right now, and you really deserve it, because nobody talks about my friends like that. But we need your help. So if you give us your help, and kindly stop talking about Riku that way, I will consider not blowing you up. How's that sound?
Oh, are we choosing violence today?
It's been a long day of doing something I hate.
To be quite honest with Sage, it's every day's violence.
We already
Used to it.
chose violence already earlier today as it is. We now need healing. We now need Kyrish healing from the results of said violence
Yeah, something
before
fiend.
more violence happens.
Yes, Bloodfiend.
That's the name.
Blood Fiend. I've only read those in horror stories. Let me guess, you got slashed.
Yes, it would seem so, even though I vividly recall only being bitten, but you know, the haze of war and all that.
Well, alright, come on in. Violent one, you're gonna have to stay outside.
Me or Sage?
Ha!
I'm guessing, which one are you?
I'm Rhea. How do you not know our names? I thought we were famous here.
You do look oddly familiar, but last time I saw, maybe you're riding on a horse, maybe. I don't know, but
That's right!
Well, it was more
Oh,
part of a
right.
horse.
Right. Last time I was here, I was a centaur. I forgot about that. But surely the time before I was here, I was an elf, so...
she wasn't born yet. And yes, Sage, your hostile, violent energy is not going to do well with the healing process. So you're gonna have to stay outside.
You know, if it gets it faster, fine. I'll be out here. Have fun, guys. Darling.
I do
I'll
find it weird that you're the one that was labeled the violence one this time.
I mean, when you threaten to blow a place of holy worship up,
Yeah, because you won't stop bad mouthing somebody.
To be fair, Bert does that a lot. I get worried about that sometimes, you know.
Just go. Get it done quickly. If I hear anything that sounds like you guys are in trouble, I will come in. Literally listening.
I mean, I do have my own thing I need to do while I'm here, remember, Sage?
Yeah. So go fast.
How long's it going to take to heal him?
honestly depends. But come on, Mr. Kyrish, come with me.
Very well.
And she's going to start hopping away from the door. Darling is going to set Mr. Flibble down on Sage's one shoulder, and Darling's going to take the other.
Actually, that might be a good idea then, if we need someone to keep an eye out just in case anything happens. If we leave Darling here, Darling can fly to get to us faster.
I'll stay here with Kyrish and Darling.
But they weren't allowing you in.
I'll stay
You mean-
outside. I don't trust this place after what happened last time.
That's fair.
May I have to call you a grudge holder, goddamn woman. Even if I recognize that little frog. She was just a young kid when we came back.
I'm suspicious. Rhea, do you want to take Darling and send him if something bad happens?
Right. I mean, you'll know where I'll be anyway. You remember the way to Riku's place?
Yeah.
And Rhea will, I'm assuming, with Darling with her, we'll head over to Riku's place. I am zooming in on the map, not out. I need to zoom out to drag my token. Yeah.
Rhea walks to Riku's place. Kyrish, you walk inside the church, and it's clean. Just like when you first brought Amora in for healing. Except the pews are gone. The altar remains. And there's medical beds lining the floors. Various frogs are going to a few of the beds. And there's a couple of armored frogs. You recognize these as the members of Heronius's protectors. The young frog points to an empty bed, kind of out of the way, and grabs the metal cloth hanging by the side and drapes it over for some privacy. Right, well, how long is it ago you were bitten and slashed?
It was about less than a day, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say about 7 hours.
Probably say about 7 to 8 hours ago. Certainly less than a day.
Oh, well, yes. And the good thing is you haven't died from your injuries.
Yes! Yes, I've quite noticed that fact, yes.
Yeah, well, there would be more cleansing of the body and, well, burning of it. If you had died, for you'd become one of them. I am going to have to ask you to remove your shirt, good sir, so I can actually properly apply healing to your side wounds. Can't really do much with fibers in the way.
Very well. And go so.
It's painful, as the way you have to move irritates your scratches. Whoever did heal you managed to at least stop the bleeding. Didn't really do well of a... basically relied on magical. From some of the books we've managed to save from the library, you need more of a physical touch before you can magically heal. Bubble, can you get me one of those healing books? Not too familiar with side wounds here. And you hear some croaking, and you see him bring over a book. And she's flipping through it. Ah, right, okay, so... body needs to be relaxed. Alright, sir, I'm going to have to need you to lie on your good side and drape your arm kind of in front of you, like you're sleeping. Try and keep your side as relaxed as possible.
And he does so.
And by the book, you hear her muttering to herself, and you hear her rummage through the bed, on a bedside table. Alright, you're gonna feel a couple pinches, but trust me, this is probably gonna be a lot less painful than what you've already endured. And after...
That's perfectly fine.
You do feel pinches. A lot of pinches.
Oh, you weren't kidding.
I mean, needles going into the skin just doesn't really feel well, and well...
Ooh, stitches without topical anesthetic. It feels bad. And there, take my word.
So, what happened here? What's going on?
We kept getting repeatedly attacked. First it was by small undead, nothing that the protectors or courts people couldn't handle.
Oh, right.
But
Has been constant.
yes, shortly, about a week or two after you left. And then you disappeared. No one knew where you were, no one couldn't contact you. But afterward, we heard the horns of war. We got ready, and we weren't expecting...
Wait, nobody let you know that we were leaving.
Oh, we knew you left for Gula, but we didn't... We heard about the attack. We had a report of a large mass of undead coming to Gula. We tried to scrape up what best people we could. But between the undead and fighting our own insurgents, final pinch for this one. And you feel a sharp tug. And you feel this nice, cool gel-like feeling upon your body. And she starts lightly rapping. But when we finally managed to pull enough people to send to Gula, they came back within a week, saying that Gula was destroyed and you left for Tar. So we sent up some letters to friends there, and they said you were there and nothing. You went into the sewers and never came back.
The city may have been destroyed, but the people still live. That's all that matters.
When we arrived, no one came out. No one answered our calls.
Wait, how long ago was this?
Let's see, about a month, a week. Maybe about 5, maybe 6 weeks ago?
It's old? I should have been there.
Oh, I agree, but some of the older heads here think that maybe, they just died or moved on, but honestly, I put myself in the mindset, and they were probably just so scared shitless that they didn't want to come out of their places, which is totally understandable. But we
No,
didn't
that
see a threat, so we
doesn't
left.
make sense. They should have been out there ready to defend their home last we saw them.
Who knows, maybe I'll have to make a side trip out there.
Side trips everywhere, I swear. It seems it.
But I'm gonna start the next scratch. This fiend got you pretty good here. But when we came back, we noticed the walls were gone. When we asked what happened, apparently this dragon of bones attacked Bralc while we were gone.
We did get up and walk away.
Dragon of bones.
Yes. It may sound crazy, but it
No.
was.
That's not crazy at all.
Oh?
The corpse of the beast that we'd slain out here. Bones were missing.
It was weird. It was missing its skull. I never thought anything alive, well, there's my mistake, anything alive could live without its head. I, didn't believe it for myself, but
That's necromantic magic for you, I suppose.
I guess.
We ended up taking the skull in order to first learn about the phylacteries, the gems inside of the dragon's heads. It's no wonder that was missing.
Oh. Have you been doing any research on that? That sounds quite interesting.
Research? It's questionable. We have means of dispelling these phylacteries, but research? Not so much.
I'd love to know how something like that could fit inside of a dragon's head.
Yes, you and I both. And into some people's heads. Actually, he's been getting creative. He's been doing it in different ways.
Oh?
That's odd. Apparently, it can be done even with marks on one's body.
Interesting. And you feel the pinches stop, and you hear scribbling.
What are you doing?
Taking notes.
Why?
Look, I'm one
no
of those.
means to research this.
No, but here's the thing. Undead things can walk around without heads, so they don't necessarily need brains to be controlled.
Oh, no, of course not. Even the ones with brains don't use them. It's the magic.
I mean, here's the.
The controller's will.
I mean, not even that, but even the living have brains, and a lot of them don't use them either.
Fair enough.
But the markings, though. We never seen undead with markings. Can you describe these markings?
They're not undead so much as living folk.
And there's more scritching. Continue.
Can you please just finish, please? We'll continue this later.
She gives a very disgruntled snort, and you hear the sound of bubbling, and you hear her like swishing her hands back and forth. Bubbles.
I swish my hands back and forth. I swish my hands back and forth.
Watch me smack. Up on your head. Watch me smack. Smack. Upside your head.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bubble, I'm gonna need a towel. I need to dry my hands before I continue. And you hear a frog pop up, and after a few minutes the pinches continue. But yes, this headless bone dragon just basically destroyed our walls, and well, the dead don't sleep, but we have to, so we've putting up walls, spiked walls and whatever around our places.
And that's kept it out?
Well, it alerts us of something outside, because usually when something's impaled, it yells. So we're able to come outside and kill it.
A creature made of bone feels that?
Oh, no. Once it broke down the walls, it just went away. Went up north.
Oh.
But ever since then, undead attacks have been relentless.
It's not like him to just send skirmishes, though.
Oh well. And you feel another tug and some gel. And you feel the bandage being applied to your scar. This little one can be healed on its own. It was small enough that the magic was able to deal with it. And you feel more...
Kindly don't leave it. I don't want to leave that to chance.
Alright, fair enough. More pinches for you, I guess.
Because knowing you, you're gonna make that come and bite me in the ass at some point.
Alright, well, fair enough. But... So... Let's talk business. So, for your stitches... I want the information you have about these new undead markings. For the restoration, though, it'll cost you about, even with the discount, 500 gold.
Fine, the 500 gold is no problem. The information that I can't just give up on my own.
Why not?
It's not just my information to give.
I mean, if it's going to help us keep an eye out for, future attacks. Information
As far as
is...
I've seen, these markings aren't something that have been used on many folk.
Exactly.
If anything, there's doppelgangers to watch out for, and I have no idea what to watch out for on those.
I've heard stories about them, but I haven't personally seen them myself. I've been doing more field work, and when I do come back, I help heal everybody here. Tell me more about these doppelgangers.
Oh, for goodness sake. Are you done?
Almost. At least with the third one. And you feel a tug. And the more gel and a bandage. And she mutters under her breath as you feel 3 sharp tugs on your little one. You don't even feel a gel on this one, but you feel the bandage being stuck on. Right, and for the curing of this blood fiendish thing inside of you, she finally falls quiet. And And you feel her hands. One hand is touching two of the scratches. The other hand is holding the other two. And you feel a sharp coldness where her hands are. And there's the faint scent of garlic. And you can feel your blood start to chill. And where her hands start, it starts to become normal temperature. And it seems where the ice is, it seems to thaw to normal body temperature.
Did you just rub me down with garlic?
No, honestly, I didn't. It's for whatever reason. Look, I didn't make the spell, but for whatever reason, it helps with the spell. You have to cut open some fresh garlic and at least have it present to this type of virus.
Are you cooking or casting magic here?
I am casting, believe it or not. And I'm almost done. And as she says this, you feel your left pinky is the cold that you feel, and it slowly goes back to normal temperature. And you feel her take her hands off of you.
Ugh. It is an odd feeling.
Yes, something like this is just... Ugh, it makes me feel gross. And you see her put on a glove. And when she picks up the two pieces of garlic, you can see that what should be white is actually shriveled in purple and black. Blech.
Ew.
And she throws it into a bag. And she twists the bag and ties it in a knot. She sets it in a metal pan. She snaps her fingers and the bag is set aflame.
Nice to know I'm that toxic.
Oh, I don't think it's you. It's more of the virus that is inside of you. If it was, it would be a golden color. Or if you're magical, the color of your aura. But you're all good to go.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Despite all the troubles you lot have gone through recently.
Alright, well,
If there's anything that we can do to help while we're here.
Honestly, tell us where we're needed. We keep... Honestly, we're losing hope here.
I imagine a lot of people are now. He's been making a lot of moves, and none of them very good ones.
Well, like I said, tell us where we're needed next, and we'll go.
Let's focus on the defense of your city.
If we can defend another one or prevent another city from falling, I'd rather be there.
May be a good option.
Yeah, we can always come back and rebuild.
So is rebuilding. Can bring back the dead.
Indeed, which is why I don't mind moving.
Good. At least you're open-minded about it. Now, your payment. He's going to pull open his bank and pull out 500 gold.
She
Where's my
takes...
razor? Oh god.
She takes half and puts it in her bag. Puts it in a bag on her left. And then she takes the other half and puts it in a bag with the symbol of Palor on it. And she gets up. Right, well... Whenever you are able to share that information, you know where to find me, or send some sort of communication toward my way.
Oh, don't get so upset. Go outside and talk to the one that you accused of being violent.
Oh, the violent one. Right.
Yes, have fun.
I think I'll take a hard pass on that.
Oh, well, all in the name of research, right?
See, I don't mind doing research, but I'm also not willing to die for it. I can't do research if I'm dead.
She's not going to harm you, I swear.
Okay.
Like you, we've all had our hardships.
Oh, indeed. As Kyrish goes inside to get healed, and as Sage pouts on the front steps of the church, Darling rests upon Rhea's shoulder, and they go and they start walking down to Riku's house. Darling kind of shuffling from one foot to the other, somewhat of an awkward silence, as Darling can't really talk with Rhea. You walk past the alleyways and the various places of worship, and you always know when one is getting close by because you can see spikes on the side of the building. You see that you see the you've been here multiple times, and you realize there's not a place of worship for Moradin, god of the dwarves. And you don't notice there's one for Corelli. goddess of the elves. As you walk past the funeral worship, you notice that the windows are boarded and the doors going inside has a stone slab instead of a door. You pass by the main base for the protectors, that the spiked walls are pretty much as tall as the building. There's ballistas on the roof. These guys have taken the fight to a whole new level. They take their title seriously. And you walk the lonely dirt path to Riku's house. Still sad. Still uneven. But it's still Riku's home. And her home is not protected like the others with the spiked walls.
Is it still in one piece, though?
It is.
Got a bad feeling about this. Right, you know the deal, darling. If anything happens to me, go get Sage and the others.
Darling mimics a purr and gently gives you a head bump and affectionately nibbles your ear.
I'm gonna take that as a yes. I really need to learn your language at some point.
He sadly caws.
Right. She'll take a deep breath and she'll approach the house slowly. Make sure that she's got one hand on her blade at least at all times.
You enter through the door and it's unlocked. But you go through, and when you walk in, her house has been ransacked, emptied of all the books. Cupboards are thrown open, drawers pulled out.
Rude.
It's just a table, a chair, and a smaller table next to the chair with a picture frame still untouched.
This isn't the work of undead. Or the monsters we've seen in the swamps. It wouldn't be this thorough. This is the work of someone looking for something. Thieves, maybe, but you're now worried everyone looked in the town. Someone must be really ballsy to take the chance now.
Darling will shake his head and use his wings to point to the empty bookshelves.
She'll look to the bookshelves.
You can
Kind of thief
tell
would take-
you can tell this was done recently, for you can tell that the dust, there's a clear distinction of the dust and where all of her books were.
kind of thief would take books? Well, I mean, Sage if she became a thief, but I doubt she'd be doing that when libraries exist. she's going over to investigate it. Just see if there's something off about this bookcase, aside from the fact that all the books are taken.
It just looks very out of place for no bookshelf should be this empty. There is nothing there other than dust.
I should probably ask about this in town when I get back there. Someone's been here and taken everything and left no evidence of their whereabouts. It's not like they just ransacked it for everything. I mean, still a couple of things. She's going to walk over to the picture frame. The little picture on the desk. Just pick it up.
When you do, you feel the near 2 months dust
Ugh.
upon the frame. This hasn't been touched.
Even with how the rest of this place has been handled, for this to have not even been bumped or touched in any way. What is this? She's gonna wipe away the dust.
Spot check.
Alright. 23.
You notice that when you look at the picture, and when you first saw it, you just glanced at it, didn't really pay attention, but now really looking at it, you can tell that there's a faint shading upon yours and Sage's cheeks, and that Kirish's height is appropriate. And in the very bottom right corner, there's a black mark, but you can't tell what it is.
She just like go at it with her nail just slightly to see if it was a mark on the glass.
It is not.
Signature maybe, or she's going to turn the picture frame around and see if there's any way to safely remove the back from it so that she can get a closer look at this.
There is.
She'll carefully unhook it from the back and as gently as she can pull the picture out to make sure it's not damaged so she can look at the corner.
The picture has that old paper smell, but it's still sturdy. Do me another spot check.
Alright, let's see. 15. That one wasn't as good, but still decent.
You can't make out the black smudge, but you notice there's an E and what looks like to be an A, but you cannot figure out what is in the middle.
It is a name. Wait. That... No. That doesn't make sense. She
Darling
didn't try...
hops around and gives you a confused look.
She didn't travel with us before. Not from what we knew anyway. Bloody Morris, the only one I know whose name begins with E and ends in A. She's just going to fold up the picture and pocket it. Not seeing anything else in here. Unless
Dar-
you've picked up on anything, darling.
Darling will float on further. Will glide throughout the house. You see him go what looks like into a kitchen area with all the cupboards out. You can see him hopping from drawer to drawer, poking his head in cabinets. He turns to look at you, and there's a just disgruntled huff as he shakes his head. He goes off to the side where there's a door, and he just kind of gives like a but comes up like a caw.
You right there? What have you found?
He comes hopping out and just he points his wing back to the kitchen and back to the front and just shakes his head.
She'll head over to the kitchen.
There's nothing. There's no food, no boxes, nothing. It's like an empty house that has yet to sell.
I'll just clear this place out.
That's so mean. They took all her stuff.
Given that what they were talking about earlier.
Darling just looks disappointed and disgruntled and hops upon your shoulder, ready to go.
Let's back to. Let's go meet up with the others. Pretty sure they'll want to know what happened here as well.
Darling nods his head.
Why would Carolyn want to come here to see this picture? To know that Amori was traveling.
Darling just shrugs his wing joints.
And she'll head back.
As you head back, we rewind in time a bit and we revisit Sage. Sage, you do remember that Bert and Korik and Solus are at Ollie's. You remember there was something at the library that it got destroyed, so you could potentially visit there. And you do remember that Kyrish dropped the dragon skull off at the armor shop and the wings at the magic shop.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Where'd you drop them off at?
I didn't drop the wings off anywhere.
Oh, I thought you did.
I still have them.
Really?
Yeah, because as I recall it, the dude here said he couldn't be able to do anything with them. So I just ended up taking them with me, hoping I would be able to find somewhere that would be able to.
That just makes every interaction we've had with the other two dragons all the worse. Knowing that
yes,
he's
yeah, there's going to be a conversation had about that.
So I just remembered I got these in my bag, and I think that maybe you two would want them. Don't question where we found them.
And the rest of the skeleton up and walked off, apparently. Not that Sage knows that. Sage is suspicious enough and paranoid enough that she's going to wait until Kyrish is done inside the church, and is just doing her thing outside on the steps. Reads a little, writes some. Eyes everybody who passes by super suspiciously because they're all acting weird.
As you do, Mr. Flipper will sit beside you awfully quiet and will watch with you. And as you eye people, he will give a small little penguin hiss at the people that walks by. But other than that, he doesn't make any noise.
I look at him very suspiciously about halfway down a page of writing and go, "Can you read?"
I mean, I can read a little bit.
Define a little bit.
Like common, elven, where you talk to trees. Whatever Rhea can talk to, I can talk to.
Got it. Good. Glad. Cool. Good to know. And she keeps writing in something that's not common or elvish.
He's not really looking at what you're writing. He's kind of just watching around, kind of like rocking on his butt, like a little kid, just patiently waiting.
Takes about another half page of writing before she's like, "So you don't know where you came from, do you?"
So, it's kind of complicated. Before, I was a mental manifestation of Rhea's rage,
Mhm.
her bloodlust. And now that I'm physical, it's more the physical representation.
So you're a fucked up familiar.
I wouldn't say familiar, because Rhea doesn't have a drop of magic in her whatsoever.
So you admit you're fucked up.
Well, yeah, familiar's like a magical connection to a caster's soul.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Rhea's not magical. We don't
No,
have...
but you're magic. And you're connected to her soul.
I'm really not magical either.
You're a talking penguin.
To be honest, I've always been a talking penguin.
And define always. When is this always? You didn't hatch.
I mean... You kind of know when people go crazy and they kind of snap.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what happened when Rhea got Nisan's shield back. Something inside her snapped. I mean, I was always there since the beginning. But for whatever reason, she kind of just... I was like the imaginary friend.
Mm.
So I like to say she was always destined to be like a fighter or you know, a crazed, bloodthirsty barbarian.
I mean, I guess we all have natural gifts. Are you just with us now?
I mean, as long as Rhea is.
Well, we don't plan on losing her anytime soon.
I would hope
I
not.
hope I'm last.
Yeah, me too. Well, nice to meet the thing that Rhea has apparently been talking about for years.
Oh yeah. The only one that really acknowledged me was Annie. I don't know if she actually, like, believed Rhea or was just trying to make Rhea feel better about it.
Who's Annie?
He kind of gives you a weird look and kind of awkwardly shuffles his feet flippers. Well, they started off as friends.
I see.
Yeah. This is, yeah. It's just really weird. It's not it's like, I love Rhea and all, but like, it's
He's
not,
still alive, to your knowledge?
from what I know, yeah. We had, actually, it's been a while. Look, I have a gap in my memory. Because I don't know whatever the person at home did, but they basically put a mental block on Rhea. And it's like kind of sleeping. Except without dreaming. So like meditating, where you just kind of empty your mind. And the next thing I know, I see her laying out in a field. It felt like an instant.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anything after that, yeah, I don't really know.
And Rhea's from Ilia?
Uh-huh.
We haven't been there yet.
Well, you don't remember being there, but we currently have not gone there recently. I think we haven't been there about like 3 years. Yeah, sounds about right. 3 years. You know, she keeps putting it off, but really, it's just gonna hurt her more in the end if she keeps putting it off.
We may have to put it off, unless there's a good reason to go there in this fight we are currently fighting.
Well, Rhea said that Pete was supposed to be buried there. And obviously he's not. So we'll have to find out what happens at some point.
You're right.
We also don't know if Rhea's parents are still alive. We don't even know if the town is still up and running.
Things keep dragging us this way and that, but if we can manage to get down here and take care of business in Tarn, perhaps we go see what happened there.
Maybe stop along the way of the town of Feem, too. It is on the way.
How would I know? I need to go to the library and get a good map.
I mean, you should still have it in one of your multitudes of pockets. You do hold the map.
Do I?
You do.
He starts going through all of her pockets and finally pulls it out and goes, oh. Yeah, I should really clean these out sometime.
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
I don't need judgment from a fictional penguin.
Fictional. Motherfucker, please. I am as real as you can get.
And Sage smiles.
Look, if I was fictional, could I do this? And he kind of like turns towards you and like super like quickly, like with the very tips of his arm flippers, just goes, "Hee." And it's not hard, it's not light, but he also does a "hee" noise along with it, and you just feel like someone like lightly tapping you with their fingertips multiple times on like the side of your leg.
Sage just raises her eyebrows. Careful. Do that too many times and you're gonna get a fireball down your throat.
Oh, but if you do it fireball, you're also going to destroy the building. And Rhea may not like it if you put me on fire. I don't think Darling would either.
Threats are affectionate. And she kind of like pats him on the head and goes back to her writing.
Roll me a listen check.
An 18.
You hear a very happy penguin coo. But it's very quiet.
Takes every ounce of willpower not to go, aww.
I would say about this time, Kyrish will come out of side the door. Oh, about time, golden fuck.
It's my new nickname for you.
You. Not.
Oh, it's
Forgot you were here.
you.
You're so silent.
You all healed up?
Yes, for the low price of 500 gold and perhaps a little bit of information from you. He's gonna look back at her. I assume she followed?
Yes.
I'll be as much service as I can.
Well, that is if you wish to give it.
Narrow my eyes. Elaborate.
Well, she's the one that wants to know the information.
The frog that told you to stay outside hops up, and she has a very, like... She still has the same face of, you know, barely civil customer service retail on her face. Yeah, he would not give me the information I wanted. He mentioned a couple things. And I'd like to compare notes to see what else we need to look out for.
Yeah, he's stubborn like that.
Who just beams?
Well,
She pulls out a little notebook. Well, he mentioned about the doppelgangers, and then he mentioned about marks on people's heads.
possession marks.
Oh. And she hops respectfully, a respectful distance, but enough to, you know, like, contact and whatnot, as she sits down and she starts scribbling. Do continue.
Well, here. And Sage will do her best to replicate what the marks look like. And go, there's something very similar on my tattoos, but not exactly the same.
You know what? I've actually seen these before. I have.
Where?
A couple of the undead that actually attacked the village about a couple days or so ago.
My theory is that it allows more direct control.
Now these marks, did you see, you said you saw them on someone dead or alive?
Confirmation on at least one person who was dead, potentially one who was alive, but the mark was obfuscated by some kind of magic. And then actually Sage will pull out sketches of the designs on her back and go, they look similar. See here. This is on a living person.
She gently takes the note, and you see her drawing it on her notebook. I don't understand what this language means, but by the way that these runes are drawn, this looks like the Abyssal. But you have to watch, because Abyssal and Infernal look very familiar, but the pronunciations are weird, but...
Like Spanish and Portuguese.
I don't know what those are. But... these runes look similar, but they're also different. Some of these are changed around, some of them are in the face the opposite direction. This is...
Also arcane, so I don't know how much a cleric of your caliber will really know. I don't remember enough to accurately assess the crossings of the fields.
Listen, arcane and divine, let's be honest, at the end of the day, it's both magic. Arcane means you had to study for it. Divine means that you were born with it. Whoop-de-fucking-do. We can both do magic. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're both trying to get to the bottom of this. But honestly, yeah, this is good to keep out, though. We've seen some people that have had it on their clothes, some on their skin.
Anybody with this mark, Sage like taps it. Be very wary.
See, now this one, as she points to the one on her paper, the one that you drew when you saw on Pete's, this looks more complete. And this one looks either spelled incorrectly or incomplete.
We have reason to believe it is either incomplete or not fully developed. And she taps the one that was on Pete. This one is more recent.
Troubling indeed. Right, now... And she flips to a new page. Tell me about these doppelgangers. This is the first I've heard of them.
Well, as far as we're aware, says Sage, now beginning to realize she doesn't have reason to believe this isn't a doppelganger. As far as we're aware, they take forms and are indistinguishable from the people they are mimicking, even to ones who know them. There are rumors that Gondra has been impersonated, and I have run into impersonations of people I am familiar with.
She is
The clues-
scribbling furiously as you write.
The clues are there if you know to look out for something amiss, but if you don't know, it's completely indistinguishable.
Okay.
Would you have thoughts on how to dispel the marks? Would a simple dispel magic function, or would you need to physically alter the rune?
I mean... It depends. Are the runes, like... Kyrish's? Or are they actually part of the skin?
Would we have been able to clock that, DM?
No, you did not get close enough to know.
Hard to say. We were rather far away.
So basically, you have to know the person in order to know they're a doppelganger, right?
It's the only way I can think of to catch them. I suppose when we ran into doppelgangers in the past, there was no chance to cast detect magic, no reason to suspect anything amiss. It may be magic that's altering them, in which case you could consider detect magic something that would catch that. But if it's not magic and some sort of innate creature ability, Sage just shrugs. Yeah.
Good to know, good to know. She scribbles more. Right. I'm gonna get this to the proper higher-ups. And then
In Bralc?
Well, not only that, but... Well, after I give it to them, they have allies. We have a couple in Tarn. Mir's gone quiet, and Gula... After seeing that no one was in the town, we haven't sent anybody there recently. But from what Kyrish said, there's people still there, so we might try again.
To our knowledge, at least, there are people.
We'll definitely have to try again then.
Be careful with this information.
Oh, trust me, we've had our share of insurgents, and we have our own little tests that we do here. But I think payment has been received, so I'm gonna go back in and keep checking on the others.
Thank you for your help. Sorry about the threats.
Now, was that so bad, either of you?
Shut up. You're the one who didn't want to give her information.
I did not want to give it to her. I just figured it would be better coming from you.
After this short conversation, you see Rhea walking up, both with very disgruntled looks on their faces.
Darling.
Yes?
Ha!
Sage has fully received her bird at this point and does not hear.
Mr. Flibble will tap Kyrish on the ankle. Did you catch that?
Yes. Bird I did.
My name is Mr. Flibble, not Bird.
Well, Rhea, what'd you guys find? Fully giving darling scritches.
He happily
It's
caws.
a mixture of what we find and also what we didn't find that worries me. Let's get the what we didn't find first, in that most of the house we didn't find.
Like, destroyed?
Not the house itself, but it looks like someone ransacked the place.
Oh,
Took practically anything and everything not nailed down. Aside from basically bookshelves. The books are gone, the bookshelves weren't. The chair wasn't gone. The little desk wasn't gone. Picture wasn't gone, but everything else wiped out,
No.
raided, gone.
Riku's going to be heartbroken at that.
Thing is, this happened some time back. There was a thick layer of dust in there. This isn't a recent thing.
Well, yes, but we've been gone for quite some time.
Yes, but did it happen this soon after we went?
why'd you go to Riku's house?
Do you not remember when I asked my goddess for advice? I got told to go to the beginning, where it all began. When I got a picture in my mind, one of us.
Was that picture gone too?
One of us. One of
She's
us.
going to slowly pull it out of her pocket and just unfold it. No, that was still there. Couple of things I noticed about this. One, Kyrish is a lot taller in this picture than I thought. For some reason, I imagined this picture with him being smaller. Which I don't know how that makes sense, given he was always leaning on birds. Maybe just imagined it like a full-arm, well, less a full-arm lean and more like shoulder, like bent. I don't know. Either way, not important. The second thing I noticed is she's just gonna motion her finger towards the slight shading on both Sage and Rhea's cheeks before moving it away. Just being like, no. The signature at the bottom, the one that did this. It's hard to make out the middle, but I can make out first and last letters.
Give it here.
Roll the spot
She'll
check.
just
Okay, okay, okay. Okay! 18!
You can only tell there's an E.
I don't even get the A?
Wait, Rhea, what was your roll of 15?
yeah.
Oh,
So she'd be able to see the A as well. At
okay.
least.
So you notice that it's not a signature, but it's initials. E something A.
Not a full name, just initials. E
Their
blank.
initials.
Yeah, the middle one's all smudged. E blank A.
I thought it was just one name. I thought it was Amora.
Amor didn't travel with us.
Exactly my thoughts. He's something gay. Who do we know who has...
Maybe we don't know them. Interesting. Well, and Sage like hands it back.
Just take it. Put it back. Wonder if it was someone in town.
Rhea, you hear hissing, but Kyrish, you hear, "Oh, I want to look." Lux will crawl out from the neck of your shirt. Careful not to touch the area where you were bitten. And she's gonna crawl down your arm, do some snake stretching to your other arm, and she's gonna like tap her nose on the paper and look to Sage.
What? Your snake's looking at me.
Lux wants to take a look. Not really quite sure what she plans to accomplish, but
I mean, unlike us, Lux kept her memories. Maybe there's something that's just a bit hazy with us that she remembers clearer. She will unfold the paper, or the picture, to let Lux have a look.
Lux wraps around your forearm and coils the upper half of her body on top of your hand. And her tail starts doing like a happy curl flex. Oh, we were all so adorable back then. And I was able to sit on Solus's news. I wonder if I can do that now. I'll have to go visit Dolly's and see how much if I can fit on his head like a hat. Oh, but that means Dong's gonna be out of a place to sit. Hey, he can hold on to the collar.
I'm gonna go ahead and say probably. But anyways,
Kyrish, do you wish to look at the piece of paper?
I suppose, yeah.
Roll me a spot check.
Unnatural 20.
You look at these mysterious letters, and you realize that it's not a smudge in the middle, but it's a T and a B mixed into one. So the initials at the bottom read ETBA.
In what language?
Common.
Okay. Actually, it's kind of important. Interesting. These are letters.
Can you make them out?
ETBA?
ETBA.
Is it an anagram? Is it a name?
It's 4, which most names are 2 or 3. But I suppose it could be a name.
You notice that the T is lowercase.
The only letter, though, that's lowercase is T, so...
That normally mean in a signature.
Like a title?
Like EtBA?
Like somebody whose name begins with an E, and then and then a title that's BA. But it could also be a place. It could also be a phrase. There's no
So
way
you're
to
thinking an anagram?
No, the letters don't have to be mixed up.
Wait. I thought an anagram was... No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of something different.
Why would someone leave something like that at the bottom, though? Like, if location makes sense, the name makes sense, but...
Does it matter?
If it
Suppose
didn't
not.
matter, I don't think my goddess would have led me here for this.
I'm still not sold that your goddess led you here.
Sage, I don't dream and I don't sleep. It can't have been something from one of those. And given I prayed
I'm
before
saying
this
there are
happened,
multiple interpretations of a photo of us and where it began. Could be your hometown, could be Gula, could be here.
but getting both at the same time, being told where it began and then seeing this.
That's what I'm saying.
Riku, as
picture
far
of
as we know, didn't travel with us the first time, but she's in the picture. Therefore, meaning this picture was drawn here.
It could also
Meaning-
just be the one easy picture we have of Gondra. I mean, we haven't exactly seen a bunch of them.
No, but if I was going to get something like that, I don't think it'd even need to be a picture. It could have just been, like, a vision of us traveling or something. But this picture specifically, its name means something. Or these letters mean something.
If you say so.
And I think another perfect place to find out. Given we have to go there anyway to pick up the others. If anyone's going to know, it's going to be the people that's connections in this town. Ollie's.
Oh, good always.
I mean, we have to pick up the others anyway.
Yeah, I know. I just wish we didn't have.
Are you okay there?
Me? I'm great.
Yeah.
I don't like Ollie's.
I mean, that's fair.
And the others are probably shit-faced by now.
I know Korik is.
Yeah.
Let's face it, they're both probably shit-faced. One of them's just a different meaning than the other for it. Especially given he got his own supply thrown at him.
God damn it.
So, oh. Sorry, forgive me. I've been a bit dragged with this. How did the healing go?
I love you, Kyrish.
Yeah.
I didn't do it, whatever it was.
No. How did
Yeah.
the healing go?
I didn't do it, whatever it was.
I know you didn't do it. The odd four-armed monster did it. And then the frogs healed you, so... Obviously,
As far
you
as we
didn't do
know.
it.
Fine, as far as I know, but that remains to be seen, I suppose. Once I turn into a bloodthirsty beast, let me know, alright?
I'll
Wait,
let
you're
you
not
know
one
by the end.
already?
Aren't you hilarious?
Hey, Chai.
It costs some gold and some information, but I don't think
Nothing we couldn't afford.
Alright, if you're sure. Good, move on. Don't need to waste time.
And we walk to Ollie's. That's the word.
Yes.
As you walk, Lux will continue just coiled. Oh, Kyrish, didn't you leave? Didn't you have an order? Or give something to one of the people here? The armor guy?
Yes! Little rat bastard said he would send it to us. Wonder if he's finished with it yet.
Let's go see.
Anyone else just got the mental image now because he's speaking in Snake as well for that speak to Lux? It was just all loud. His!
I approve.
If.
Kyrish starts to turn around and walk the opposite direction. Do you two?
Ollie's is that way.
Oh, I'm going to go see about an order first. Sorry.
An order? Right. Oh, right. I'd almost
Yes.
forgotten about that.
I'd ordered something when we were first here, but he said he was going to send it to us when he was done, so I don't
I
know
mean,
if he's
to be
done
fair,
at all.
they're impossible to find.
You know what? Fair, but people have their ways, alright?
Do you two tag along?
You can go with him if you want, Sage. Just because I know you don't like Ollie's.
We'll meet you there.
Alright. I'll try and wrangle the other two. Why am I
Well,
getting split off from everyone all the time this time?
I'm not twisting your leg to come.
Oh, believe me, I'm trying to avoid Ollie's.
Bye, magic people! And
get that.
you see Mr. Flibble start to hurry up and trot, and Penguin trot waddle away with his little flippers kind of flapping behind him as he tries to hurry up to catch to Rhea.
I'm gonna have to buy you a papoose, aren't I?
Oh, what?
One of those like little things that you put children in.
Bjorn.
You know, Rhea, as much as it would be fun to ride on a pair of titties, it would be really fucking awkward if I was riding on your titties.
What's wrong with my titties?
Like, it's like we have this weird, like, kill relationship. It's just gonna be weird for me if I'm on your titties. That's gonna be weird for me.
Hey, technically at some point there were our titties. Actually, no, I think that makes it worse. You've got a point there.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just.
I could always wear you as a backpack.
And then, like, when we're fighting, I can close up, like, have the hard backpack, have, like, a hard top, and that way I can shoot over your head!
See, now you're thinking.
Yes! We need to get Kyrish to make us one of those. Little backpack.
Can Kyrish hear him?
Yes.
And what makes you think I would make you a backpack? Of all things?
Because I would use your poison arrows to kill shit.
Well, this would be the only one.
Yee. Backpack.
So why do we have him along? Anyone?
Don't ask me.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm kind of like digging him. He's actually quite fun to be around. I enjoy it. He is quite interesting, yes. Too big for me to eat, but very good for conversation while the others sleep. Oh yeah, totally. Sage,
Who
you...
asked you anyways?
Am I not an anyone? Oh, that's rude. Yeah, man. We may be animals, but, like, we're special animals. Remember, darling, he can't hear you. Oh, well, hell, translate for me. And there's just a series of words and calls and hisses and words. So you're getting half of each other's conversation.
Kyrish just blinks at both of them. Right. Anyways. Onward to the shop?
Huzzah!
Right. Cacaw.
You hear a caw from Darling, and you hear huzzah from Lux.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's
Okay.
Pizza. Mm. Nom nom.
You approach Gabble's anti-stabbity stab shop. Hey there. Nope. Long time no see.
Yes. Long time no see. I believe I left you with something, yes?
Oh, you did. And my carrier ravens aren't strong enough to deliver it.
Ah, but you had promised to deliver it to us. Then yet here we are.
We're here now, Kyrish. Don't be an ass.
You stop it. This is business.
Oh, indeed, I promised I'd deliver it. But believe it or not, you're very hard to track down. It's like one day you're in one town and one day you're in the next. And then the
Yes,
next
very
day,
odd.
and the next day you're gone for a month.
It happens. You know, riding on dragon backs and whatnot will do that.
Say that again?
Nothing, it's fine. So, did you complete it, yes?
Well, I got two things for you, Master Kyrish. I hope both of you like. And he's going to pull out the... He's going to pull out two weird arm-looking things. Now, what these here are is... I went and did some research. I looked up at that dragon, and here there's water sacks. So these are water dragon scales. So, not only did I manage to make you some water dragon gloves, but I managed to make a mold of the teeth from the skull you gave me. And I managed to attach them on the gloves. And he will push them to the side of the counter, and on the where the upper part of the arm would be is basically from your elbow to your wrist. There's 5 rows of metal dragon teeth that have been painted black to match the dragon scales. But the underside is the softest of leather. It almost feels like fur. And the hands, there's 3 teeth. One going across the middle of your hand. So there's 1 tooth on the middle of your hand for each of your fingers. There's another row from one side of your wrist to the other. And on the middle, where each finger would be, and it's actually curved, where there's part of the tooth that's curved because there's a tooth in the middle of each finger.
Ooh. Oh, these are lovely.
See, now if you get disarmed, you don't have to worry about it. Because you can always just punch somebody with these teeth. But still keep your hands protected.
I see that. You put some thought into these. Very nice work.
Oh, thank you. Now. And he rubs his hands together and he looks excited. Wait, with what I've done. With the actual skull. And he pulls out a box. And the both of you can feel the magical intensity of this box. And he pulls out a chisel and a hammer. And he just bonks it once. And you feel the magic dissipate. And he gives it another bonk. And the box falls apart. And he starts...
What is this? What's going on?
Oh, I had it magically enchanted so only myself could touch it. Because let me tell you, Gobble and Gibble are highly jealous of what I've did. So I want to make sure they didn't take their grubby mitts and take it and get the credit for themselves. I got you. And he continues unwrapping it. And he presents to you the dragon skull. But it is covered in black dragon scales. And an odd, almost pattern where there's black, but there's a mix of green. See, I took a little bit of creative liberty here. See, like it's black and all, but black's not gonna work well if you're like in the grass or anything. You're gonna be easily spotted wearing this helmet. So I took it upon myself to get some naga scales. Some of them are green, some of them are brown. So I figured I'd mix that into it. And honestly, you're actually a little bit harder to see. Like if you're in the grass or in the swamp, especially the swamp. Now, for the cool part. And he's going to hand it to you. I really hope it fits. Put it on.
He places a hand on the items. At first, it was excitement, but then his smile turns into a frown.
Oh, did I mess up? Did you not want a helmet from the skull? I'm sorry. I can try and work something
No.
else out.
No. Your work is masterful, but this is no longer the item I thought it would be. At one point, I figured this would be possibly my salvation for letting my fellows take the burden of a life. But now this is a reminder of the death of one of our friend's kin.
The frog kind of grows wide-eyed. I mean, if the skills are too much, I can take them off.
No, it's the skull itself. No, you've done masterful work. Thank you. I'll figure out something to do with these. Thank you. Did I pay you before?
No.
Apologies.
I
must have given you something, no? You started work for no payment at all?
figured we could talk payment when you got here, but whoever this belonged to seemed to mean to you a whole good deal, and it would just feel wrong if I accepted payment.
You did the work. You earned the pay.
He looks very uncomfortable about taking it.
Now, how much?
He kind of just shuffles his feet. We'll just say... You're not gonna accept no for an answer, are you?
Why would I? You've done work. You deserve payment for it.
I mean, that's true, but like, this is apparently a friend of yours, and I'm just kind of giving it to you like a trophy for you to just parade about, and it just...
And for all you know, I could be lying. This is just bad businessmanship on your part. Goodness.
Yes, but I mean, let's be honest here, Kyrish. You're not one to... Look, I saw the excited smile fade, okay? I'm not that dumb. You were excited and then you got sad.
Things happen. That's all. I'm sorry.
Don't be, you know. We'll say 1,000 for the lot.
Very well.
I can't believe he's currently smithing while he's talking.
He's going to pull out the gold and give it to him. Meanwhile, he's holding the helmet in the other hand. Never really let it go.
You notice that the helmet, not only is it covered in dragon scales and naga scales to give it that camouflage look, but you notice that they've been laid over the whole of the skull, and you realize that the snout is facing downward, protecting your neck and reaching all the way down to your sternum, and the way that it's sitting on your head, that it would be put and stayed on your head, is there's that same nice soft leather underneath the other black dragon scales protecting the back of your head.
I'm surprised he didn't send anyone else out to the corpse to retrieve more supplies for you.
I could have, but honestly, if I need something done, I usually do it myself because I don't know who has sticky fingers or what.
Fair enough.
Dragon scales, well, basically non-existent. So, have a limited supply, and I don't want to use the incorrect scales. If you need anything else, I'll be here.
Alright. Thank you.
Oh, of course, and I'm sorry about the circumstances.
It's not your fault. Truly. Nothing you should worry about.
Still, I hope they serve you well.
I hope so too. He looks at the items again before neatly putting them into his bag.
This scene switches to Rhea, and Rhea, your walk to Ollie's is accompanied by backpack by a very cheerful Hoppy Penguin.
Yeah, if we got time, we'll see about it. I don't even know if we would do it. Armor shop, magic shop, maybe? Magic backpack? Is that a thing?
I don't know. That'd be cool as hell.
Hopefully not one of those unlimited bags where it loses into another space.
Oh, please, no.
Don't think that'd end well.
No. But... oh, you know, Riko's good at selling clothes. Maybe she can, like, sew me a backpack.
Possibly, if she's recovered, anyway. Hopefully she's recovered.
Yeah, I hope she's okay. I don't know what she did, but I feel a little bit weird.
You and me both. I believe it was. Don't want to say it was blood magic, but that was definitely coming out of veins.
Yeah, that. I remember she was thinking about using blood magic before, and Kira said if you can't control it, don't use it. Maybe she tried to use it, maybe thinking she had control and just overdid it?
Lost it.
Or do you think maybe that imposter Grimiel did it?
By the looks of it, it looks more to be her doing.
Hmm.
Either
She
way.
seems nice.
It's rare to find a part. Sorry, give me a second. It's been a heck of a day. It's rare to find a member of this party who has the optimism that she does. Like even I falter at times, but seems to keep up the hopes a lot more. Helps keep us grounded, I guess.
She's like
Focused.
the therapist mom, I guess.
That, and she doesn't get paid half as much as she should for it.
Honestly, I'd rather her be with us and stuck in this town. You know, it's kind of dumb that you don't like her because she's scared of lightning. I mean, it is weird, you know, if you're afraid of lightning, why live? But kind of also want to be around your own kind. I don't know.
Add on to that, if it was villagers from this place that raided her house,
Wait,
even more
what?
reason. Just something that's been going through my mind recently about all this.
Wait, tell me more about that.
Well, think about it. It was raided, yes?
Was
All
it?
cleared out, food, books. Where else was? Oh,
Mm,
wait, yes, no, you weren't with me. It was Darling. Yeah, her house was cleared out.
really?
Look, yeah, I'm not saying these guys did it, but the undead rarely have need for food.
No, they usually eat the flesh of living creatures. They don't eat stuff in pantries.
Exactly.
Mm. You know what? You
So
go to Ollie's and you try and find Bert and Korik. I'm gonna do a little bit of research on my own.
she's just gonna raise an eyebrow at this.
And you see him turn around, take a running, waddling leap. He jumps into the air and he starts belly sliding along the rain back towards the church.
Oh boy. Godspeed, you magnificent little bastard. Goddess speed, given who I worship? Didn't really think about that too much. But she'll carry on heading to Ollie's.
It's a little quiet, quieter than normal, but there is some talk going on. Ah, Rhea. Good to
Ah,
see you.
good to see you as well. This does save me from having to shout out to make sure I don't suffer the same fate as Bert did earlier.
Yeah, we know. We know you guys are here, so we figured
Well, you do
things will
now.
stay away.
I've come to pick them both up. I think we may be leaving soon.
Um, that might not be such a good idea. Bird is passed the hell out.
Of
And,
course he is.
Korik is
Balls
upstairs.
deep in someone?
Sure, we'll say that.
Of course he is. I mean, it's been a stressful time. I can't blame them for wanting to de-stress. Oh, Kyrish said you're gonna hate this. At the same time, I guess it helps give us some time to try and figure out how to help out around here, given everything we've been hearing.
Well, that's actually what we wanted to talk to you about. To see where you wanted us to move. Bralc. Yeah, we're mainly a religious city, but honestly, our efforts could be put towards more of a thriving city like Tarn or a central city like Gula, especially after their attack.
That would be Kyrish's whole deal. You know me, I'm not strategic type. But I will pass that on to him once we group back up. Let him know that you wanted to discuss about this.
And I promise there won't be no trickery, and I promise there won't be any alcohol unless wished for involved.
Alright. I do have a question for you while I'm here, though.
And I might have an answer for you while you're here.
Yeah, you know pretty much everyone in this town, don't you?
I do.
Do you know someone that would go by the initials E, small lowercase t? Was it D or B?
B as in
She
boy.
just quickly checks again. B A.
Hmm. I don't know anyone by that name, but where'd you get that name from?
She'll pull out the picture and just, while still holding it itself, she'll motion towards the initials down in the bottom.
He
From there.
leans forward. Oh, you know what? That's the same person that drew up the opening of Ollie's. Right up on this wall here, and you look. And the way that the shading is and the way that the people are drawn, the technique is identical.
Definitely looks like the same person's work. Do you know who did
Yeah.
it? Well, obviously you know who did it. Where are they?
Man, that was many years ago. I don't know. But wherever they are, man, they need some better updated pictures up in here. Town's grown a whole lot from grand openings.
Do you remember what they looked like at least?
They wear a hood, and honestly, that was it. Just a black hood and black robes. The only thing I could see was her hand, but even then it was gloved.
Her hand. Gloved hand.
Yeah, she was kinda average. Had a nice curvy body. But
Yay.
other than that, I can't tell you much.
It's a start at least. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can definitely tell you, she was not from around here. She was super tall, and well, super tall compared to us, 4-foot folk.
Roughly around my height, Sage's height, Kyrish's height.
Definitely shorter than Kyrish. Definitely shorter, maybe by like. If Kyrish was standing here, she'd probably come up to his chest. So maybe closer to your height. But she also had, she had long, slinger fingers, so. Nothing like a lizard or anything, that's why I say humanoid.
She's just gonna pause, think. Out of curiosity, Choco, what is Annie's last name?
Ma.
Okay, so it's not Annie.
Yeah, you just gotta think. Enema.
Or Enigma.
Nope. Enema.
That
Not-
wheeze, though.
So it's not. Any- Thank you for that. I'll see if I can find more out about this person.
Right.
I'm assuming you got to put them two up for the night.
Oh, yeah. We'll keep a close eye on them, so if you have any other business, they'll be safe here. But if you see them, we have soundproofed rooms away from where Cork and Bird are. So if you guys want to stay the night, or if you need to stay the night, you're more than welcome to.
Trust me, it's not me you're going to need to convince that with. It's going to be Sage.
Nah,
You know how she is.
I do indeed. Until you get some alcohol in here, but you didn't hear that from me.
You're just going to raise an eyebrow at that.
And
Look back to the picture.
you remember when you drug Sage to the library during your vacation, that after one drink, she was quite happy to stay at Ollie's, and she actually had a bit of fun. Without getting standing up, falling down wasted.
Just look to the picture. Look to the slight shading on the cheeks. This looks. I'm assuming that with the look on their faces and that lot, this isn't like a drunken look to them.
No. This is a shy look.
Okay. Thank you for that. And best be going. May see you later tonight if the others want to stay here.
Alright.
Right. I'll see if I can either catch up to them two or level.
As you leave, we rewind and focus back on Kyrish and Sage, who are walking towards Ollie's. Sage a little bit reluctantly, and about halfway there, you hear a noise coming from in front of you. And a few steps later, you see a little black and white penguin belly sliding upon the ring, zooming past you, going, Yo!
What in every hell is going on?
Don't ask me.
Huh. Well then. At least they're having fun.
I mean, I could go check for you to see what he's up to. You hear calls.
Yeah, take a look.
It's in a book.
So, Lux, you wanna come with me? Kyrish. Darling wants me to go with him to look after the penguin. May I?
May you? What am I, your babysitter? Go.
Well, I mean, it's
Don't
just.
dilly-dally too long, that's all.
Oh, we won't, don't worry. It's just. I don't want you to get hurt while I'm gone. That's all. And she'll.
Ah, yes. And your puny little self is going to prevent that, huh?
She just kind of like, and like flicks the tip of her tail. I mean, I could.
He's just gonna smirk and like scratch her underneath her jaw.
The sassy tail flick turns into a very fast tip of the tail flick going back and forth. Well, if you.
Yes, go do what you need.
And as she reaches up for Darling to take her, well, I could tighten really tight and be a tourniquet just in case you get slashed up again. Or you could just have Sage fireball your wounds. That's up to you. As Darling
Well.
takes off and she flies away.
You know, next time we'll just use you as a belt. And he calls after. He says that in common, by the way.
You can't hear her, but you feel like disgust through your bond. And Sage, you feel amused through yours.
Sage just is silently appreciating Darling. He's a good boy. And a little shit.
Just like you.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I wasn't expecting that quick of an agreement. But as you walk down, you see Rhea coming out of Ollie's.
Don't tell me. They're drunk and on a rampage somewhere already?
Not quite. Well, half right. They're drunk. That's about it, unless you want the grosser details of what Garrick's up to.
Nope. Thanks. Appreciate it. Does that mean we're staying here for the night?
Looks like it, given Ollie was trying to say he's got rooms for us if we want to stay there. But they said, given how you are, you may want to stop at the tavern instead. He also said he wanted to discuss things with you at some point, Kyrish, about where they should move on to next.
With me,
Well, with us all in general, but I told him that you were the more strategic-minded of us.
I can hardly tell an entire city where to go. We'll figure that out.
So I found out a bit more information on EtBA.
Oh?
Apparently, well, they didn't know who EtBA is, but they've met him before as they did the picture of the opening of Ollie's. Tall figure, around the same height as me, slender fingers, female, but always wore a cloak and a hood. Like they were keeping their identity hidden.
Well, there are some weird people out there.
Why though?
I don't know. Does it matter?
A mystery like this is opening up in front of us, and you of all people are going to say it doesn't matter. Who are you and what have you done with Sage?
It's very important to regulate your curiosity towards things that actually matter.
Oh, damn.
This doesn't matter?
I mean,
Ooh.
the artist who drew a picture, not really. Like, I guess if we see them somewhere, we can be like, oh, hey, you did that thing. And then, I don't know, move on?
Rhea's just gonna look down and to the side.
It's a bit of our past, Sage.
Oh.
Might not be a huge part of it, perhaps, but
It's more than that. I need answers.
Oh. Fine, we can keep an eye out, but gods are esoteric at the best
Assholes?
of times.
Oh.
And also that. There's a reason why some of us don't traffic in them. You really shouldn't expect answers from something. Answers aren't ever given. You must earn them.
Rhea,
Yes.
I need you to roll a will
Oh, no.
save.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no.
That bad?
Depends on what my will save is. Let me load up my sheet, please. Oh boy, where is my will save? So if it tells me given I'm a barbarian, that's probably going to be the weaker of the three. Mike, let me click stats, damn you. Oh, it is the weakest, but my god, it's still high. 13.
As Sage finishes her statement, your brain, your head feels fuzzy. It feels like it's about to pop off, and for a brief moment, you lose consciousness. And Sage and Kyrish, you see Rhea's eyes roll up into the back of her head as she starts to fall forward.
Oh, I rushed to catch her. Not that I'm strong enough. Just
We're both going.
You both catch her, and Rhea, that's when. But as your brain gets fuzzy,
Rhea.
you hear a soft voice. The same voice you heard when the picture is. I'm close. Come to Tawn. We'll need you. And when you come back, you are in the arms of Sage and Kyrish.
Hey,
Fine.
Rhea.
Time.
Did you have too many drinks?
I've had no drinks aside from water.
You're heavy. Stand her back up.
It's 75% muscle. It's fine.
Sage isn't blushing. She's not red at all.
Spot check.
My God.
75%. Good gods, please get on your feet.
29.
Oh, you actually rolled a spot check? Oh, she's
I rolled a 17 on the dice.
well. It's not an inside, but she does look reddish. But
She'll
she does
just-
half the time now when talking to Rhea, so like,
She just kind of smells like that before. She spoke again.
I hate the
Who?
gods.
What?
Every time you say something to bash them,
Proud.
they just gotta have the last fucking word.
It's fine. It's good news, I guess. It's two birds with one stone. They're in Tarn. She said,
Who's they?
come to Tarn. They need my help. They need our help. Corellan, I'm assuming, given it was the same voice.
Well,
She's in Tarn, where the dragon is.
grab the boys then. Not worth staying the night.
I mean, I said that to Ollie, but Bird is flat out drunk. Good luck trying to move him. And Korik is, air quotes, compromised.
As Rhea says this, Sage and Kyrish, you feel rage through your bonds.
I look at Kyrish immediately.
What?
You feel it too?
You too.
Rage. Darling!
Okay.
Where the fuck did you go?
Where is Darling? And Lux is gone as well.
They went to supervise Flibble. God.
Oh,
What?
fuck. We need to go back to the
Yeah.
church.
The church?
Me and Flibbo were discussing things on the way. I let slip about Riku's home being raided. Didn't seem like it was undead, given all the food was gone. Undead wouldn't be eating food from a pantry. Flibbo kind of got it in his mind that it might be the church.
Yeah, Yeah, let's check there first. And Sage just takes off for the run.
Right behind you. Also, I should probably buy some armor while I'm here.
As you're running, it takes about 5 minutes before you see Darling in the air with a book in each claw, a book in his beak. And he's about 5 feet from the ground, and you see Mr. Flibble with a small stack of 5 books upon his back, belly sliding along the road. And Lux has 3 books upon her back, and you see that she's arched a little bit, just enough to keep the books from getting splashed, but she's using the rest of her body to propel herself forward. And the closer you get, the stronger the rage is.
You're seeing
Guys,
this as well, right?
Yeah, Darling, Sage like does that falconer thing, holding up the arm for him to land on, knowing he'll drop the books in the process, and go, "Books, come on! What the fuck's going on, buddy?"
Oh
He-
god, they've messed with the books. Sage is going to go off the deep end.
Darling swoops to your open hand to drop the books and lands on your arm and drops the book in his beak. He is fluffed. He is angry fluffed. Even his tail feathers are fluffed. It looks like he got electrocuted, and he is very angry because he's doing that angry bird tap on your arm. Lux will come to your feet, Kyrish, and raise up enough for you to grab the books. And she is hissing. Alright, so apparently Lux and Darling can talk to each other, but I can understand Darling. So I'm just gonna do a quick recap so everyone understands. Apparently those motherfuckers decided as soon as Riku left, went to her house and took all her books. And the reason I know this is because of this one. And he takes the top book off his back and he like throws it as hard as he can at Rhea. This book is the resurrection versus resurrection and restoration book. The same book that Riku read with the chapter regarding the most common resurrection and restoration fails.
This is the book you read when we were there. And not like the original time we were there, the time that we were there after we woke back up. She'll
So
just
you
hand the book
decided
to
to
Sage.
raid the library?
No,
Look at
this isn't their library. This is from her house. I
So you
remember
broke
these
into someone's
spines.
house.
No, I went into the church.
Yeah, you raided the church's library.
It's not theirs to begin with. It was Riku's to begin with.
We really need to figure out how you know everything Rhea knows.
I said, back
You're an
then
interesting
he was.
creature, Flibble. You really are.
Back then he was part of my mind. Makes sense that he knows what I know.
Regardless, you say that these were from Riku's home?
Yes.
Even I remember that one.
Of course. Both are
That's-
linked somehow.
Besides, they smell like Riku.
Plus, I did see a bookshelf there that was emptied out with all the dust on it, as if the dust had collected, as if the books had been missing for quite some time.
Why would they do
Because they
that?
don't
though?
like her.
That. You heard what they
Oh,
said when we got here.
right.
Now I kind of thought maybe we reached some mutual common ground upon exchanging information.
I almost forgot about
Do you
all
think
that.
Taylor would hate me if I burned down the church?
I don't think Riku would appreciate that.
I don't
She doesn't have to know.
think anyone would appreciate that.
No, an eye for an eye and all that.
Yes, but I mean, we can waste our time and confront them, but what good would it do?
You're right. We'll have to put that on the list of things to do when we all go home happy.
By the looks of those three, they may have already been confronted.
Well, we were smart. We didn't just go in hissing, cawing, and squawking. There's a chimney, and Darling took us down the chimney.
Darling and Lux are smart. You questionable.
He lifts up his flippers, and you notice there's like some discarded moldy hide on his flippers. I was even quiet so I wouldn't make flippy floppy noises.
Right.
Alright. We can get back the rest of the books when Riku comes back here, and we give her her house back. Okay? How's that sound?
I guess that's fine. But we did grab the important books.
Alright, give them here. I'll keep them safe. And I am going to examine the titles.
I mean, let's be honest here. If anyone's going to keep books safe, it's going to be Sage. That's not a joke. That's a compliment.
I take it as one. I'm going to have a hell of a library one day.
You have the Restoration versus Resurrection, Common Surgical Practices of the Physical Kind, Common Magical Practices, Riku's Personal Medical Journal, Complex Stitching, Curses, Poisons, and Diseases,
That one could be handy.
Bone Settings, and various anatomy and physiology books on lizards, humans, elves, and dwarves.
Those just get tucked in various pockets and in the satchel, and
I will say
mental notes for reading later.
Your satchel and your coat, you can Kyrish and Rhea, you visibly see Sage's coat and satchel sag.
Space. I have space.
Because all of the books she was given combined weigh 20 pounds.
I need to get an extra dimensional.
Jesus Christ, she's like Rat.
Except, her packets don't have holes in them.
I should look into its extra dimensional space bag, shouldn't I?
You can just put them in here if you like.
Extra dimensional space jacket.
That would be great. Sage will hand over the majority of the books. She's gonna keep back the... What was it? Curses, Poisons,
and Diseases.
And Diseases. She's gonna keep back that one to read out of curiosity.
This will come in handy later when I decide to curse. I mean...
when I have to identify a curse.
Mr. Flibble will deftly hop on Rhea's back using the sword and climb upon her shoulder and sit. Lux will curl up, and when she gets to your knee, she stretches onto your forearm, and Darling will hop from your forearm and nestle in your scarf. They don't feel rage, but you definitely feel continued irritation. And Mr. Flibble just huffs.
Before we go, one, we need to collect our compatriots, yes, but we need to at least consult with the people of the town. Give them a bit more guidance. They seem to be relying on us. Agreed? Yes?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Alright then. Any thoughts on what we tell them?
God, what do they need to be updated on?
It's not what we update them on, it's what we tell them to do. Remember, they're looking for what they should be doing now. Should they be moving the town? Which I think might be smart.
Do we reinforce somewhere that it's lacking, like Barn, or do we send them somewhere that's already secured, like Gula?
They sent forces to Gula, but apparently the folk there, there's no one there. It's Ghost Town.
Then why the hell did we just send Dragon?
I don't know. Perhaps they were just too good at hiding themselves? By the sounds of it, they came about the same time we left.
Sure then. If we send them to Torn, that risks them getting entangled in what we're about to get entangled with.
Yes.
I mean, there is the other option, but I don't know how they'd fare given they're cold-blooded.
I'm not entirely sure myself.
For the places that we visited at the moment, you've got Mir, which is unfortunately destroyed, so I don't think that's going to be helpful. Although then again, would undead potentially try and attack somewhere that's already destroyed? Got Tarn, but that's going to get him wrapped up with dragon situation.
Well, we'll hopefully get there before they do and take care of the dragon situation.
I mean, if they can, they've got the ability to teleport people, they'd probably just be teleporting themselves.
The whole town? Unlikely.
That's fair. There's Gula, but as said, they didn't see anyone in Gula. Or there's Liba, which, given the icy cold nature, probably not too good for them.
You also remember that the town of Liba is empty as they've gone back to Ilya.
Oh yeah. Never mind, Liba's empty. They all went
I
home.
think we should send them to Tarn, but tell them to wait a couple days, if they can, for us to take care of the dragons.
The moment that is sounded a better idea. What about you, Kyrish?
I suppose it works.
You walk back into Holly's, and the Dawn is sitting at his table. And Sage and Kyrish, you're able to notice what Rhea was saying about the same artist during the opening of Ollie's, as you see the technique is identical to the picture of Gondra plus Riku. Ah, you've all come back. Did y'all decide on what you're gonna do now?
Leave, I think.
Don't worry. Korik and Solus and Bird will be just fine here. We'll take good care of them.
We have situations to deal with in Tarn.
Send them our way as soon as they wake up.
Will do.
And speaking of as well, we were
I'll
discussing
feel free
about...
to keep them, honestly.
I mean, that is an idea. We were discussing about what to do with the situation with you all. And where to move you on to, and she'll just look to Kyrish and Sage, just with a slight nod. I think we get to the conclusion that Tarn may be best with you, but if you hold off for a couple of days to let us get this situation in Tarn sorted out first, make it safer for you all.
Wait a couple days for you to who knows what you're gonna get yourselves into. Ride with you. And if you want us to stay there and keep Tar supported and guarded, then we'll do that. We ain't gonna
As
let
far as,
you ride it alone.
as far as we know, Guller is secure for the most part. Mia's gone and Lieber's been abandoned, so it's hard trying to think the best place.
Alright then. I'll let the other leaders know, and we'll get everybody settled where they need to settle. And we will be on our way. You may get a few hours ahead of us, but we got your back. We'll be there when we can.
You do realize what we're going to be doing there, right?
Oh, indeed. But while you
Dealing-
deal with the big bad, we'll make sure the people are safe and healed and help you fight if need be.
She'll look to the other two as well again. Does that sound fine?
Yeah.
It's heartening to hear that folk are willing to lay their lives down for us. Don't put yourselves in unnecessary danger, yes?
No,
We'll
of
just
course not.
We'll just mutter under breath. Church.
Right, you guys be off and we'll get everything situated. And with that, a clover green mist will come from his hand, and wait, I'm not gonna do what I've done twice already.
What's that?
10 little ferrets, you almost got me, 10 little ferrets pop up, and they all sit up in attention at him. Alright, Ganja needs us to move to Ton. We need to get our best fighters and our people situated and ready to go within the next few hours. Get our sleep on the way there so that way your spell energies are ready to go to heal and get ready for a fight. We gonna support Ganja and we're gonna stay and be prepared to stay in Tarn for a while, because after they're gone, we're gonna stay there and defend them too. Tarn's gonna need as much help as they can. Let's go, kick some asses! And the little ferrets go, whee! And they all start scampering off in multiple directions.
Just out of curiosity as well, how much sway do you hold in this town exactly? Just remind me.
He grins widely. I hold a lot of sway. What you need?
I need you to keep an eye out on the ones in the church.
Oh, why is that?
Because we discovered that shortly after we left with our friend Riku, another valued member of Gondrome we had, they went in and raided her house of everything she had.
He raises an eyebrow. Now, I don't know Riku that well. I know she's an oddball. But how bad is raided? Does it at least still
Everything is
stand?
gone.
Pretty much what Sage said. The only things that were left in her house was that picture I showed you, an empty bookcase, and a chair. Everything else was gone. The food, the books, every other possession. Gone. We know it was them that did it because our little fine avian and snake discovered the books at the church.
His eyebrow lowers and he glowers. Alright then. And he snaps his finger and another ferret pops up. God. You gonna watch what the peoples of the church do, at least the leaders. Apparently they're in the looting business. I was just told that Riku's house is pretty much empty. Only thing that's left was a picture. And I do have proof of Ganja themselves. Just keep an eye on those, Paylor fellows and make sure they don't decide to take advantage of the poor people of Tarn.
Exactly my thoughts. They've been through enough as it is. Don't want them going through more.
Odd question. So, we're in Elidamars right now, right?
Yes.
Does he by chance have any of the electric lights in there?
There are. It's very plentiful of lights.
Okay. Kyrish is just staring at one of the lights while they talk. And he just suddenly blurts out, "Could I, by chance, get a few of the materials used to make those?" And he points at it.
Yeah, of course. I think the library has them in the basement. I think the basement should be fine, because, well, we had to dig in the dirt for it, and there was nothing wood leading down there. But that's all I know. You'll have to talk to the people of Bacobes.
Sorry, I managed to get back to my roots. Perhaps I might be able to use it. Anyways. Yes. Packing up? Yes? Are we done here?
The
Yeah, we're done.
final order runs out the door. Alright. I've sent my message. We'll see you lovely folks in time. Safe travels, friends.
I think I can speak for all of us when I say thank you for placing your trust in us. Again, really.
Indeed.
He bows. And it's an honor to finally be able to fight by your side. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous of Riku being able to fight by your side.
You're gonna regret that. So he's like stretches and begins to command her way out.
He raises his head up from his bow and cocks his head in very confused.
That's HP.
Right, I forgot she's an oddball too. Right, go on, Shu.
Honestly, it was quite inconceivable of us to have thought that we could fight a power like this just by ourselves. Everyone needs to come together.
Exactly. You know what the weirdest part is that just came to my mind as well?
Oh.
He is just like headed to walk out the door. I'm gonna live long enough for all the little bastard children that Korik makes to come seek him out.
Yeah.
Why, of all things, would you be thinking of that?
Because it'll be funny.
Cause she'll be anti-Rhea.
Because we're putting together an army.
Oh, God.
Korik's just making an army in the slow fashion.
Very short army.
Hey, it's the small ones you gotta look out for. Rika may be optimistic and happy-go-lucky, but if you piss her off enough...
Everybody invest in knee pads.
Oh, it's not knee pads you're going to need.
A cup.
Korik's little fellows are certainly the ones you need to watch out for.
Korik's little fellows or Korik's little fellow?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
Still, you think Riku's optimistic and happy-go-happy. Get her pissed off. She ain't that happy-go-happy. She's quite scary and she's quite deadly.
This is how half races get introduced into this world.
Corrick!
Corrick is doing this single-handedly.
Oh my god. As you get ready to set out, the hippogriff that you rode upon crouches to allow you to mount. And as the hippogriff flies up, you notice there are multiple hippogriffs throughout above the city. And you realize where they're centralized is the different places of worship. All arrays of colors.
I
And
don't think
once-
that hippogriffs are just the general go-to transportation of this place.
They're pretty fast flyers. They're basic summoning, and they're pretty fast and strong. They can they can hold 3 of you, but they can hold like 4 frogs. And as your hippogriff starts to fly forward, you hear the distant croaks, ribbits, and shouts of war. Who all looks back?
Rhea will.
I mean, I think I'm concerned enough to be like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna look behind.
As the 3 of you look behind at the noise, you see about 40 to 50 hippogriffs following you.
What the fuck?
They're
All-
literally coming with us.
So much for a couple of hours.
But as you start flying forward, you see more and more start to rise up. Each, not from where the centers of worship are, but from various places in the alleyways. And you can see that the hippogriffs, as you start to fly, they start separating themselves. You see some people dressed in all black. You see some dressed in all white. You see some that are in pants, sandals, and either no shirt or tank tops. You see people that are dressed normally, but some have masks on. And you see that in the center of every one of these patches, a banner rises up. And in the lead, the batch closest to you, the flag of Ollie flies highest and biggest. And the flags from the other places of worship rise up.
Yes, we actually are doing it. Putting an army together. So Kiphiris doesn't stand a chance. Before it was just Gondra he's dealing with. Now it's the whole of the island. We may actually have a chance.
We might. We just might. Or we're handing him his new servants.
Let's go find out which it is.
As you fly to Tarn, an hour goes by. As it's much closer to Tarn to Bralc than it was from where you were originally. You approach Tarn limits. You notice out of the corners of your eye, there is a dark spot coming from the opposite side of Tarn. So you were coming from the east of Tarn. From the south of Tarn, you see something dark. I need the three of you to roll me spot checks.
17.
Okay.
8.
Ooh.
30.
I'm sorry, what?
30. I've got a plus 10 on my spot check.
So that's
Plus
a
2
nat
on check
20.
No. It's an 18 because I also get a plus 2 because I'm an elf. So I'm getting
Okay.
plus 12 on spot checks.
Okay.
It was
Sage,
almost an 20.
you notice it, but you just focus on Kirish's back because flying still bothers you. Kyrish, you notice that there are multiple pairs of wings. But they're not flapping in sync, but you can tell that they are dragon wings, but you can't tell anything else. Rhea, you focus your eyesight and you see them. And you see a red, a white, a black, a green, and a blue dragon. But you also see a flag on what seems to be smaller dragons. And you notice that this flag shape is identical to that of the insignia on the Royal Gulen Army, on their armor.
How many dragons did we free again, guys? Because that's more than 2.
Oh. Oh.
Wait,
What?
is that Gula?
What?
It
What are you
must be the
seeing?
ones Easter
Sage
went
takes off her
for.
glasses and begins to polish them.
That's Gula's emblem.
It must be Easter's kin.
What? They're coming to Tarn?
I can only surmise.
It's not just them coming to town. It's Gula.
Well, damn.
You Dawn rides up on a clover green hippogriff. I see some dragons over the south side of town. You want me to send some people over there to check to make sure they're friendly?
They're flying
Why
the bag of Gula. They should be allies.
don't we go make sure?
Probably for the best.
All right, I'll let
I'm glad
the others.
I'm glad that one dog agreed.
Alright.
All right, I'm gonna go tell the others to start spreading the words to the back. We'll follow your lead. And he veers off, and you can hear him barely shouting above the wind. You fly forward, and the hippogriffs are going as fast as they can, but they still can't outpace dragons. You notice that the dragons dip down, and you see them descend. You can't see them completely land, but you know that they are in Tarn for almost a few minutes after you've lost sight. You see fire, ice, a green mist, lightning, and what looks like to be rain coming from the ground. spurting to around where Tarn is. The griffins start to make the descent down. The roars of dragon, the screams of people, and the cries of the hippogriffs. You notice that not all of the hippogriffs follow you. The patch of Paylor flies around and maneuvers their way around the breaths, going inward towards the city. The protectors, half of them follow Paylor. The other half go the other side. So the breath attacks are showing up on your left. They start to head to the right. All these patch flies beside you. We Joss's patch fly to the other side. Cords above you. Furlongs above you. St. Kubert start following in, going straight for the breaths, and Obadhai's just fan out in general. As you land, you can see Tarn's walls are destroyed.
Shit.
Houses. Used to be a maze of houses is now rubble. And you can see almost near clear to the other wall. The roars, the crackles of fire, and the other breaths are loud. You can't see anything yet, but you can see the gaping hole of what used to be the sewer.
Oh boy.
You hear people screaming. You see the people of Bralc. They can't really carry, but you see them holding the hands and ushering the people away from the scene. And you see some of the army of Gula start rushing by, evacuating more people.
So this looks like it just started happening then.
The fight, yes. The destruction, no.
Oh.
You got free.
Clearly.
Be ready. This might be where that skeletal dragon went. Oh, I didn't tell you about that, did I?
What?
Yes. Well, it came knocking on. We just came from Bralc? Yes.
Yes, correct.
Came knocking on Bralc's door, and that's when the attack started happening. It went somewhere, but they didn't know where it went.
Bastard skellies.
Apparently,
some fucking
just
skin.
raised the skeletal remains of the creature we slew, but the flesh
worry.
remained.
The worrying concept about that is that means he doesn't need the full body to raise something.
Of course not. The body's dead. What's driving it? It's just magic. At that point, what's to stop him from using anything else that's not even organic matter? He'd just be raising sticks.
It's had a horrifying thought that I really don't find true.
Yeah, likewise. Anyways,
As you finish, there is someone in Gulen royal armor. They charge past and they stop. And they slowly turn towards you. And they run. And they hold up their hand. And he lifts up his visor. Master Kyrish? What do here?
What the hell is the child doing in armor?
Your boy.
He stands up tall and proud, and he removes his helmet. And you actually see there's a couple scars upon his face.
You've been at it, haven't you?
This child grew up, took responsibility, keep promise to Master Kyrish, keep true children and elderly safe. Me honor Nos's memory.
I see you've done well. I'm glad you're still alive.
Come.
I just wish you didn't have to fight.
Time must come when all fight. But, as winged ladies say, for freedom, for those lost. Not just mean Gula, mean Ardnog. We help. Come. And he will don his helmet and he will start running towards the scene.
I was about to ask him where the others are, but I guess duty calls first, right?
I suppose so. Let's get to it then.
Everyone get your game faces on.
We didn't get any rest in between here, did we?
No.
Nope.
Well, I am burnt out on 3rd level spells, so if you're looking for a way out of this, we are fucked.
Listen, man, we're almost at hour 5. At this point, I don't have any brain cells left.
As you reach upon the scene, you see Eastrel, Isolde, and 3 older dragons surrounding Zundis.
Oh shit.
You see Gulins on top of Zundis, throwing down chains.
Damn,
And you
what
notice that they're not chaining the dragon to himself, but they're using their weight to hold the chains down onto the ground below. And you see Eastrel holding something to her chest. You see her mouth move like she's talking. And then you see it. Someone walking forward with crutches. You can't tell who it is at first, with her shoulder, just above the shoulder length black hair. You can tell upon her pale skin the bright red burns. But it looks like paint from your distance going across her body. But even then, with the red upon the white, it accentuates the boniness of her body. But one thing is unmistakable. Those white wings. You see this woman walk up to Zundis. And Isolde raises her paw, and as Zundis is distracted with Amora, pushes his head down. And you see him snarling. And Kyrish, you can't tell, none of you can tell what he looks like, because not only because what used to be a brilliant green eye is now dull. For Kyrish, you remember in your attempt to destroy the phylactery, You blinded the poor dragon instead.
Oh.
You see Zundis snap at Amora and growl, and she yanks her hand back. But she drops the crutch, and she hobbles forward, and you see her put her hand out toward it. And you see Isolde with her other hand very lightly take her index and her back claw and put it over Zundis' snout to make sure that he doesn't breathe out.
Doesn't she know she needs the sword?
I don't know what they plan to do, but we need to get down there.
Agreed.
Go. Let's go.
You run in the scene. The camera comes up, watches you run for a little bit, and comes back down. I know you remember me. You have great memory after all. And I am sorry for wounding you like I did.
Why should I believe you?
Because like Gondra has for 2 of your siblings, they saved me as well. They saved me from my rage. They saved me from my hate. Let them save you from yours.
My hate and rage is justified. You put a mark from my head to my shoulder, and the golden one made me blind in the left side.
Because you weren't yourself. You are afflicted with a magic not even you can destroy without hurting yourself. Estrel is proof that they can be saved. Isolde is proof they can be saved. Don't believe me, but believe your sisters. Your family is all you have left in this world, and family is what will save you.
Yeah. But what if your family is the one that put you up to this?
I'm guessing the Dark One put you up to this? Please, Zundis, listen to what we have to say. And as she gets closer, Zundis can't move, but he's snarling, and she lays a hand in between his nostrils. Let Gondra save you. Let them free you. Give them a chance, like they gave all of us a chance. Please.
And why shouldn't I burn this whole town to a crisp? I've already broken free. I'm free. I can do what I want.
No, you can't. Not with that black thing inside of your head. You will never be free. And even when you're dead, you won't be free. So please, Zundis.
We could just not wait for permission. I mean, he's very distracted.
I still
He's
don't.
distracted. Eat the sword.
I still don't believe you. Why should I believe the words of an elf? You're just a good snack to me. To any of these people.
Because things can change. If I can prove to you that they can save you, that I can undo the wrong I did you, if I can undo the wrongs we've put upon you, will you believe me?
I said.
Fine. And she kneels down. And she puts her other hand on top of the one already on the dragons. And as you run closer, you see that Amora emits a moss green light that envelops her. And it concentrates down into her hands, and the skin of Amora changes from pale to olive, and her hair goes from black to moss.
I believe this is the moment where Rhea has to make a will save.
No, not yet.
Oh.
And you see the moss magic go through Zundis's body, and you see the eye become dull, and you see the scar go away, and the eye becomes clear, and you see the scar dissipate. And you can hear the scales, the flesh, and the wings mending together. And as soon as the healing is done, the pale black-haired Amoris sits there. See? Granted, it doesn't erase the past, but I fixed the wrong. And she collapses to the side in front of Zundis's snout. What was everybody's favorite part of the episode?
Wow, we got a lot done.
Just above game, I wrote the will, it was a 1. That's one. This makes full sense. The familiar heist.
Yeah, that was pretty great. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I just liked having small chances to be sassy.
Just small chances.
And the whole moment of Sage just being like, yep, no, is this really that important to you? We need to focus on more important things. Just Rhea just having that heartbreak moment of, but this is important to me.
Oh, I know, that was...
It made me feel bad, but I also was so oblivious and didn't care.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel bad again.
Also, I feel like I got to state this as well, just that moment towards the end. It's like, and someone comes out on crutches. And my mind is they went to, it's Korik, it's time for round 2. He's going to seduce the dragon.
Oh my god, no. I'm surprised he hasn't tried that yet.
Give him time.
I mean, every TikTok meme I see, I'm like, Corey's gonna do this to me at one point.
I mean, he's really not that bad.
If
He's
he
saving
fucking
it.
got on tonight, he would have been.
Oh, yeah.
He's he's saving it all for one giant outburst when we finally get to the final fight. He's like, I'm going to seduce the Dark Lord.
Oh, God. Oh, God, what if he tries to seduce Hadwin? Oh, my God. I think you're just gonna be like, fuck that. No, you're not.
Congrats, you finished him off. How do you want to finish him off, Korik? By having him finish me
Oh, fuck.
I think my favorite part was Kyrish not giving the full detail about him and Eldridge.
I also just had the moment during that whole thing with the helmet. The idea of, Oh yes, don't worry about your brother. He's fine. He's fine. Look, he's hiding right over there. Then just holds up the helmet like it's a glove puppet. Just like, I'm fine. Don't come closer, please.
Oh
I'm
my
okay.
god. That would be so fucking terrible. I'm waiting for that moment too. I'm excited for that
Yeah,
moment.
I didn't misremember that, did I? Isn't Eldridge also? Oh yeah, the truth about like the night with Eldridge's death. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Kirish's relationship with Eldridge.
Were they also related? I thought I misremembered that when
What
it
are you
came
talking
up.
about?
Wait, I thought you meant to do that in character.
What are you talking about?
Eldridge is your grandfather. Is Kirish's grandfather. I thought you were doing that on purpose.
I don't remember that at all.
It's in there. Your backstory.
It was such a good deception. It even fooled the player of the character.
Because I specifically emphasized that Hadwin is your inheritance.
I knew it was Eldridge's, and I just okay.
I thought you were doing that intentionally.
Totally, yeah.
Thank you all so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, don't forget to give us a like and comment on your favorite part of the video. Don't forget to scratch that subscribe button and pick the bell so you know when the next video comes out. We all hope you're having a great one. And Gondra party finally gets to be reunited with the Mora after 6 in-game weeks. For IRL time, it's been like, what, 3 months? 4
Wow.
months? Yeah.
It feels good.
And then she dies.
She's not gonna die. I put
Hey,
too
if
much
she
work
dies-
into Amora.
I'm taking that as a DM promise.
If she dies, she's in close enough proximity now where Rhea will get the power.
Oh my god, no, that's not how that works. That's not how I designed it. Either way. Bye! Whee!
Bye.
DMobo out.
Squee.
Fuck.